chat. Spreadsheet. Oh, I transitioned. When did I do that? That's funny. That's okay. What's up, everybody? I guess I accidentally transitioned us while I wasn't paying attention. But I'm MonteXristo. I'm joined by a bird. It's Anivia.
Hello
it's
there.
James.
I'm
it's
James.
LeBlanc. James, how are you doing today? You excited to be on the desk?
Doing great today, Monty, and a little nervous, but still excited to be on the desk.
Well, don't be nervous. You're gonna crush it. I have the utmost faith in you. But we do have a bracket soon. I was hoping that we wouldn't have to kill some time because we don't actually have a bracket yet. But then I accidentally did this, so now we're stuck here. James, what do we do now? I don't know.
I mean, does anyone in chat have any spicy decks they're considering for seasonal?
Well, they're 5 minutes behind, so we're gonna have to wait.
Do you have any spicy decks you might consider for seasonal then, Monty?
I do, but I don't want to. Well, I guess they've scoped my AR anyways. I'm playing Nami Fizz. I'm back on the Nami Fizz Copium. I think the deck is absolutely insane right now. I am something like 68, 70% over my last 60 games, which is like, it's not great, but it's good enough. I know how to play the Scion matchups. I know how to play the Pantheon matchups. I know how to play the Mono-Shurima matchup at this point. So I'm pretty confident in the deck. I'm pretty confident in my ability to pilot the deck. What about you, James? You're known to be a master of some spicy lists. What's on your plate for seasonal?
Well, most of this latter season I've been spamming, as everyone knows, the Teemo Elise Doomby spam, but while a lot of people nowadays try and credit me for it, it wasn't actually my deck. The original creator of this deck was Duckling himself.
Duckling is the GOAT. That guy is honestly such a beauty. He inspired me, and he inspired me to pick up Nightfall, and then he qualified me as a Nightfall player when he told me that I knew what I was doing with the deck. It was truly due to that I felt confident enough to start writing guides and stuff like that. Without Duckling's support, I would not be up here on this desk. He is truly a gem, and I'm hoping to see him come back to streaming at some point, but I do understand that he's got a rather busy life and struggling to find the time.
Yes, and Duckling also helped me a lot. One of the earlier people to accept scrims with me during the first couple seasonals, and always a blast scrimming with him. He brought spicy lineups, and I always had like those weird Anivia decks that he'd scrim against with his spicy lineups.
Yeah, I'm quite familiar with his spicy Anivia decks as well. I think it was Anivia Ionia that he was playing a season or two ago.
Yes, Karma.
Yeah, that was great. That was something to test into. I remember testing Ionian Riven, Lee Riven back in the day with him. That was a good one to test. Shame that one never actually took off. That deck was really cool. Raptor was on a similar list back in the day as well, for those of you who might remember Raptero. One of the MTG GOATs that was quite notable in the early days of LOR.
I actually ran into Raptera earlier this season on ladder. He was running a singleton Shadow Isles deck.
What? Why?
I don't know why, maybe testing or experimenting, but I just remember I ran into it and that was it, really.
I see. Well, I wonder if he'll make a splash in this seasonal and show up again. It would be quite exciting to see him come back with some spice.
And on the Riven Lee subject, I think it was the 3rd or 4th seasonal, I actually ran into someone on Riven Lee. My lineup during the time lost to it, except my Anivia SI deck I brought.
But you just don't lose on Anivia SI. That's like your Nami Fizz. It's your deck. Everybody knows when you see James, you expect it to be Anivia. At least if you've been around a while.
Though some people, it's not Anivia, it's Doom Beast, and he just hit onto off the top, and that just drew him onto, which drew him onto.
I mean, it happens sometimes. One of my teammates, Z-Turtle, is infamously known for killing somebody from 20 with Doom Beasts. I think until you've done that, I don't know if you can actually call yourself a Doom Beast master, James.
Last season, when I was on chip for Aegis Esports, when I was scrimming Scafus and he was on Gangplank TF, I killed him with Doom Beast from 20.
Damn! Alright, you can call yourself a Doom Beast master. That's the way she goes. Yeah, chat's caught up and they realized that I accidentally switched camera on. But, oh well, that's okay. We caught up. I don't think anything not okay was said while we were clued in, and I wasn't clued in. The delay is 5 minutes, for anybody who is wondering. And we are still just waiting for the bracket to generate, so that way we can actually get into some games for you guys. It should be another great one. The medals now had a bit of time to settle. We have some pretty clear winners of the patch. Pantheon, of course, is still at the top. Sion has once again returned to claim his position at the top of the tournament metagame. And then outside of that, MonteXristo is still playable. We have Ziggs-Taliyah still playable. We've seen a lot of Aphelios Fizz in these tournaments lately. We've seen a good bit of Viego Ionia. There's some Viego Shurima running around as well. It's a pretty diverse metagame people are pretty happy with.
And then yesterday's MR Daily, we had Elite splashing Inner Beast win it all.
Amazing. That is something that I've completely missed, and I'm so sorry that I did. I caught bits and pieces of yesterday's cast. I think Garrett's and Ice-T did a fantastic job.
They really did. Props to Ice-T especially staying up that late and casting.
Yeah, truly difficult to cast from the EU time zones. Impressive that he was able to keep his composure and keep his head on. I know that after a couple of days of casting, my own brain starts to melt. I'm sure you guys saw it last weekend. But we do have our bracket preview here, James. Are there any matches that stick out to you? Because there's quite a few that look pretty good to me. Looks like we have quite a few players coming out today. Super exciting.
If you have Hiko, I have Shotox's side.
Let me see if I do. I do have some friend requests here. I do have Hiko. We can get that one up on broadcast for everybody. That seems like a good matchup. We'll see. I don't think they've started quite yet. Maybe they have. Nope, not quite yet. But once they do start, we'll be sure to get you guys into that. In the meantime, do we want to take a look at some of these deck lists maybe? Shotox is usually on some spice. I wonder what he's brought today. I'll pull them up on screen for our lovely viewers in just a second here. Deck list, bracket, window capture, gotta change that. And here we go. As soon as it loads anyways. And Shotox is on Azir Aurelia. This is a returning deck now featuring Ancient Preparations and Shadow Apprentice with the most recent buffs. This deck has become a bit of a menace. Of course, it would be even more of a menace if the Blades had Ephemeral, but they don't. Riot must have been preparing for this well in advance. James, how do you feel about this list? Anything that sticks out to you? The one of Absolver is noteworthy to me.
The Absolver isn't really spicy because when I brought Azir Aurelia to Aegis Week 3, I had 2 Absolver, no Shapestone.
Mm-hmm. I think with
But
the ancient preps, shapestones get a lot better because they're active a lot more often, whereas before we were only playing the 3 days and we were still running them. There's also no twin disciplines here, which is really, really interesting to me.
yeah, that's really spicy. And I will admit that when I brought it to Aegis, first time playing as Aurelia.
Based. Nothing quite like first timing a deck in a tournament. I'm a big fan of doing that myself. Not necessarily advisable, but it is a power move, and it feels really good when you pop off with it. Do you feel the deck is well positioned after your little stint in Aegis? And how do you feel about this more aggressively slanted version with the Shadow Apprentice and the Dune Keeper for the ephemeral?
With a current meta, I'd say it has its matchups if you're trying to target stuff like FTR and Mono Shrima, then yes, it'll do well, but you'll just have to try to dodge lineups like Pirate Aggro, Draven Scion, and Spider Aggro.
Yes, absolutely. On the bright side for Shotox, I don't think triple aggro lineups are going to be too popular. Scion, of course, definitely a menace, and Pirates as well, still putting up numbers even after the patch. Although as many people have figured out, TF is now the better slot in for that deck than Gangplank. But yeah, it definitely can struggle into the aggro, especially without stuff like Twin Disciplines. Although this deck is very much looking to race down evenly.
Though I'm a little. Can we?
Yep.
This Aurelia list looks like really more focused on the elusive with the Shadow Apprentice and Duo. So maybe that will catch a few people off.
Yeah, this is definitely supposed to be a bit of a faster list. Hopefully, my mouse is doing weird things. Hopefully, that's not indicative of an impending computer crash. But this list is looking to go super fast and kill people way faster than the old. Maybe not faster than the old Aurelia's year because we did have some incredibly broken stuff prior to the champion nerfs, but it is definitely better, lower to the ground and faster than the most recent iterations, which were playing stuff like double field musicians. This deck really just wants to go. It is very much playing for an aggro game plan at this point, and I am a big fan. I hope I'll find some time to test it out. Finding time has been quite difficult for me. Next up on Shotox's list here, we do have Ziggs-Taliyah, and this is a pretty standard list here. We have double Quicksand, double Rite of the Arcane, 1 Arsenal, 2 Rite of Negation. A bit heavy for my taste, but you guys know me by now, and you know that I'm not huge on that card. I believe no Rite of Negation is the way to be for ladder. For tournaments, of course, you definitely have to play 1. But I'm a little sad to see no Waste Walkers and no Unleashed Energy. Shotox, I thought you were with me on this. I thought we were aggro mind on go, kill people. But I do understand the purpose of this deck. I see what he's trying to do here. And I like the build. It's a pretty good one for sure.
My only experience with Ziggs-Taliyah is from playing against it with a bunch of aggro on ladder. And normally, if they keep my board small and like I don't find my decimates or burn to close out, then if they hit lifesteal off Arsenal, I've lost. But most of the time I'm just beating it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I typically played it in a faster version. I play a faster version with the Unleashed Energies and Waste Walkers, so I'm often killing people a bit faster than they can kill me. But with this more traditional list, it definitely makes sense that you need to rely a little bit more heavily on the Arsenal in those aggro matchups. Ancient Prep as well as Inventive Chemist as a 3 of each should help that aggro matchup out as well. And then to round out his lineup, oh, look at that. Shotox has decided to bring Pirates with the 1 GP. I like this build. It's 3 Fervors, no Make It Rains. Double Sentry and Double Navigator helps you focus for the MF level up a little bit more. I'm a big fan. James, I know you're a bit of a pirate aggro enjoyer yourself. How do you feel about this list?
I'm just curious why it's the Precious Pet over Butcher when, like, I understand that there aren't a lot of decks with early fearsome blockers, but sometimes the free Butcher helps you against your bad matchup like Throw SI. And one other thing is, I do like at least 1 Make It Rain because that can help you against like go wide decks like Phase Swarm or just Bandle in general.
I personally am a big fan of the Precious Pet. I don't care for Butcher too much. I find that it often tricks you into going for bad lines. But I definitely hear your argument for that. FTR has been on the rise. So it makes a lot of sense that people might start shifting back over to that. We could also start seeing the 15-1 drops come back, although I think that's a bit much for my tastes. And then from the other side of this matchup, let me just find Hiko's. There we go. We'll find all three of these deck lists and we'll get them up on screen for you guys as well. Scuff production is back. I am not quite as clean at this as Ice-T was, but we're doing our best here. Oh, looks like maybe they're getting into game. Shotox appears to be back from offline, but they're not quite in game yet. And here we have Draven Rumble Scion. This is a pretty neat
spicy list.
Yeah, I kind of like this. I think this is a pretty even blend between Draven Scion and Rumble Scion, which is something I've seen as well. No decimates, which is kind of notable of the most recent Burn Scion list, as people like to call it. But still a pretty strong deck for sure, and it's something that I look forward to seeing Hiko play. Oh, and they are getting into game, so we're just going to run through these other two lists really, really quickly. Fizz Lulu, yeah, there's a single treasure trash, a Yordle portal, and a Spirit portal. I'm a big fan of the Yordle portal. Spirit portal is something I tried a fair bit, wasn't too hot on, but excited to see what it can do here. James, any comments about this one?
I'm surprised there's people still trying out IAR after the nerf to it.
Yeah, me too, to be honest. I think it still does kind of what you want it to do. Yordle Captain, of course, still a power card, and Spirit Portal can definitely make up a little bit of what was lost there. It is a grant, so it is a permanent effect. Definitely makes some sense. And then, oh, looks like we're actually going to have a Pirate's Mirror. Hiko has traded out one sentry for a double up. I'm a big fan of that as well. I like the fast speed decimate, but
yeah, and I've found that for Draven Scion, double up actually helps a lot with pirates.
That makes sense. Draven Scion, of course, has only survival skills to keep their units alive, and you can certainly cast it on something that is not so healthy when they're tapped out below that Mystic Shot to deny it, because that will work. You can deny stuff like double up with a Mystic Shot or Get Excited of your own, which can be worth it. Not the best thing you wanted to do, but something to look at and consider in certain spots. Now, Shotox is a gamer, and he's opened up with a 1-2-3 triple Azir as well. We'll see if Hiko here decides to put on the pressure with the Fizz and risk giving it up, and if Shotox decides to take the block, and Shotox says, no, we're racing now. Gonna get a little bit punished for this by the Pokey Stick that we see in Hiko's hand.
Yeah, not being able to swing on your Deus turns really hurts.
That is very, very true. This is definitely a deck that wants to be trading on offense if it can, because that's going to help progress the Aurelia level up. Speaking of, Shotox is drawn into that as well, so we'll see what he can make happen here.
Hiko got a really good top deck with that Boom Baboon.
Boom Baboon kind of broken, to be honest. How do you feel about Boom Baboon? This has been a hot topic of discussion lately, James. Do you think it deserves a nerf? Do you think Flame Chompers deserves a nerf?
So since I played during the first closed beta and experienced both 3 health and 2 health Chompers, I'll say Chompers is fine at 2 health. Maybe a change they could implement with Boom Baboon is it's a death rattle instead of a play effect now.
Oh, that is really interesting and not something I've heard contemplated before. I really like that change, actually. That's a really elegant solution to the Boom Baboon problem in my eyes. And Shotox just opens up with the Ancient Prep here. Gonna go ahead and consider committing his Azir as well. Instead, just drops the Aurelia. We do see that Hiko has a Mystic Shot here. I imagine that'll be fired off. Oh. Can't take the end round in this spot. Have to put the pressure on. And here comes the Mystic Shot. Unfortunate for Shotox, but gonna be able to get in with some damage nonetheless. Still, might be forced to use one of these Azirs just to develop a blocker on the kickback here. And now, James, is that Yordles and Arms live from the side of Hiko? It appears he doesn't even care if it is or not. He's just gonna go ahead and fire it off.
I like if we didn't have caster vision, I'd like Hiko just ripping it there because you're pushing a good amount of elusive damage just from the Poros and Fizz alone.
Yeah, I mean, you're representing lethal here. So, Hiko, with the Mystic Shot, or with the Get Excited in hand, says, yeah, I'm not even going to give you the time to kill me because I'm killing you first. And looks like Shotox is going to fall down 0-1 in this set. Well, very well played by Hiko to identify that he doesn't need the full effect of Yordles and Arms, especially now that it's been nerfed. The difference is not that much. +2, +2 to +3, +3. Not a huge difference. No denies from the side of Shotox, just not in the deck, so nothing he can really do here.
One of the thoughts what I had when I did see it was maybe you consider main decking like just the Daring Poros themselves and going for like not the fully activated Yordles and Arms, but like just a wider elusive board and just swing with elusive Yordle and Arms.
Yeah, not a bad consideration either. And Hiko just says, yeah, you can hit me. You have no direct damage. You have no burn. I'm just going to go ahead and do my thing. And actually opts not to fire it off here. Just going to play it nice and slow. I honestly can't condone this. It's not going to get punished because there's nothing in the deck from the side of Shotox that will punish it, but there's nothing to there was nothing to punish the Get Excited in his list. This is an open deck list format. I would like to see him go a little bit more aggressively, recognizing that and just saying, you're dead now. There's no need to give your opponent extra turns when you don't have to. And
yeah,
you can definitely get punished for that in some games. In game 2, looks like we're going to see Draven Rumble Scion up against the Aurelia Azir again.
Now, this is a heated thing I've noticed is always ongoing. Do you think Draven should be back at a 3-3?
Oh boy. This is a loaded question, James, and I think you know that. It's so hard to say because on one hand, I don't think Draven ever should have been a 3-3, TBH. I think Draven as a 3-2 makes a lot of sense in League, or even as a 4-2, to be honest. They could make him a 4-2. In League, Draven is a rather squishy champion. He heals through lifesteal primarily, and that's kind of his survivability issue. But I don't, like, as a 3-3, he was just so powerful, and it doesn't really represent him in League of Legends. And it doesn't really make sense for a quick attack unit to have a lot of HP like that as well. So
yeah,
I could go either way on it. I'm not super... Like, I would be happy to see it as a 3-3, I think, because I do enjoy playing some Draven, and I do think that he's significantly weaker right now. But at the same time, it's like a big upgrade, and it's a lot of power.
You brought up you don't think quick attack champs should have like free health at that price. Do you think Caitlyn should lose 1 health then?
Yes, I do. Especially since Caitlyn's also incentivized to block the same way Draven was. That said, I don't think Caitlyn is strong enough that she needs the nerf right now, but I think that I would like to see her given a little bit of power in other spots, so that way we can take it away from her HP, because I do think that, again, these quick attack units should be attackers and not defenders.
Now, Hiko has the Rumble. Is he going to go for the Rumble turn this turn if he gets the action?
I think he should. Wait, he doesn't have... Yeah, you can full discard everything, including the Scion,
You just get
right?
rid of... Yeah, Scion and get overwhelm on your Rumble.
You can also take a block with the Draven here and give yourself an axe so that way you don't have to discard the Scion. Yeah, it looks like Hiko recognizes that. I think I would still like to see the Scion discarded to give the Rumble overwhelm as well. It should be your last discard for that to happen. It might not. I might be wrong on this, but I do think it has to be the last one. It looks like Hiko is going to go ahead and do that as well. And yep, Rumble's granted the overwhelm there. And we do see as also a double Whirling Death here. So if he can survive this attack from Shotox, we might see a potential lethal next turn. As well as a Rumble level up almost guaranteed here.
And knowing that Azir Aurelius in a deck that has reach, Hiko's going down low enough where it's just, I just win on my next attack. Oh, and we even got the Grenadier top deck for more damage.
Yeah, Grenadier top deck, definitely a good one. We might see Hiko go in for... There's no real point to the Whirling
For
Death here.
Whirling's one more impact damage, which I don't hate.
That is true. It also levels up Rumble first, which is also good.
And then Rumble gains an extra impact from the flip.
Yes, you're right. Actually, the more I think about it, the more I like the Whirling Death here. I don't think it's getting played in any other spot. Looks like Hiko's going to disagree. We'll see if Shotox can work his way into a winning position on the next turn. Going to go ahead and drop the Emperor's Dais. And I imagine we will see the Azir. Azir is leveled up into the Blossoming Blade. I think this is going to be good for Shotox. I don't know if it's quite lethal, but it's very, very close. Hiko going to have to keep up both the Whirling Deaths here. I like this. Get excited. And yeah, that is almost certainly going to be lethal. I don't think even with the double Whirling Death, Hiko will be able to survive this swing. Looks like he agrees and is just going to go ahead and let it connect. Shotox takes it back to a 1-1. We're
going to a game 3.
Yes, we are. Now, what do you think these players left up, James? Obviously, we know Hiko's coming out with the Scion. But what do you think Shotox has left?
I think Pirates was banned from Shotox.
Really? Looks like you're correct. No Pirates Mirror match today. Pirates Mirror banned instead. And this opening hand from the side of Shotox is not perfect, but he can make it a lot better.
I saw that Hiko opened up a Urchin, but mulliganed it away. I prefer keeping Zonites, but just looking for discard most of the time.
I think his strategy might be looking rather aggressively for that one of Draven. I do think that the Draven is pretty integral to this deck still. And the fact that he's running Draven's biggest fans give me a little bit more insight into that as well. And I think it's important for them to find either the Draven or the Draven's biggest fan if they want to find success in these matchups and with this deck. So I like the full maul, but I generally agree with you. Keeping Zonite Urchins is a good idea. You're almost always going to find a discard target, be it Flame Chompers, be it Baboon, be it Lost Soul, or even Risen Rider. There's lots and lots of targets to hit here, so Cycle is a good thing in this deck. Shotox is going to go ahead and drop the Endless Devout, and that's going to be answered by the Draven. No blocks coming out there, but Endless Devout going to connect to the face. Now Hiko has the option of pulling it out of the way with the Flame Chompers at burst speed, or potentially going for a different line this turn. Says he wants to play the Twin Blade Revenant. Can still put the Chompers on the field as well.
This is something I've experimented in my Swain KS deck, where I have 3 Leviathans but only 2 Swains. How do you feel about having more of the cards that search and less of the cards they're searching for?
I think it's a really heads-up and intelligent deck-building choice, and I think it does open up a lot of avenues, and I think it's been underexplored. I think, on the whole, people kind of look down on 3 champion decks, or even 4 champion decks in some spots. 4 might be stretching it a little bit, but there's a lot of good champion combinations that make a lot of sense that people just don't mess with because they have it so set in stone that they need to play 3 ofs, and it's a little bit sad sometimes because I've seen some really strong players do stuff.
The multiple champ decks reminds me of when some people would experiment with 6 champs just to bait you, and it's just like either an aggro deck or a control deck, depending on which 6 champs they'd use.
Mm-hmm. And I see chat arguing about my Caitlyn opinion. Guys, it's just an opinion. It's just an opinion. It's just my opinion. You don't gotta agree with it. Just because streamer says something doesn't mean it's set in stone, doesn't mean it's the word that you got to listen to every time. It's one of the big things that kind of bugs me with our community. Somebody will say something and they'll be a streamer, and everybody will either agree with them automatically just because they're a streamer, or they'll just completely disagree with them and they'll call it a bad thing. You can think for yourselves, guys. Please, if you disagree with me, articulate it. Tell me why you disagree with me. Don't just say it's a bad opinion. Why is it a bad opinion? Explain yourselves. But anyways, back to the game here. Shotox has found a second endless devout. This is fantastic. It's really what you want to be seeing in these matchups. Having fearsome blockers is super important. And looks like Hiko is considering just letting these through and not taking some damage, but decides to block. I like this as well. It is gonna get a little bit scary when he develops next turn though and is met with this Desert Naturalist. Also has Shotox has Ziggs Bomb for these Poros, which is quite nice.
A scary thing that's not too common with Ziggs-Taliyah is just the sheer amount of burn leveled Ziggs can put out sometimes if you have the landmarks.
It's really scary sometimes, especially when you get a Taliyah duplicating a Ziggs or one of these landmarks. And Taliyah, of course, showing up there for Shotox means that he has a couple more options. I would imagine he still wants to get on the board with this Desert Naturalist if he can. But Hiko's not going to give him the time, just going to go ahead and open attack here. Shotox considering how much he values the Ziggs over his HP. And I think I got to agree with him in this position. Just go for the block. Your Ziggs is probably going down anyways. Save the most HP you can.
Shotox sees the axe in Hiko's hand, and that might be why he cares more about the Ziggs.
Yeah, he does see the axe in hand, of course, and I'm sure Shotox at this point has a pretty good read on some burn, given the fact that this open attack came out. So we'll see. He does decide to block the 2-1. Figures, I guess, if the Mystic Shot goes into the Ziggs at this point, it's good for him. He's still blocking 4. If it doesn't, then, well, he still has the Ziggs alive. So I do like this line as well. It ends up being, quote-unquote, the same damage block, depending on what Hiko decides to do with this Mystic Shot.
And since it is open deckless and Shotox knows there's no decimates, he doesn't have to worry about just like, oh, decimate Mystic, Mystic, or decimate G, Mystic.
Yep, only has to play around the double Get Excited Mystic or triple Mystic Get Excited combo. And looks like he's going to get another turn, maybe even 2. Now, the real question is, what do you duplicate here? Shotox says it's going to be this. accelerate the Ziggs level up.
And doing it on the bomb also opens up our board space if we were to choose to naturalist on the Endless Devout landmark.
Definitely. Level Draven from the side of Hiko can definitely be a problem here as well. With having Overwhelm itself now means that... oh, well, I spoke too soon because Quicksand showed up just in time for the next block. Now, if you're Shotox, you have a couple options. You can go for the Ziggs' Bouncing Bomb to clear these 1/1s. You can just go for your Naturalist. Heck, you can even go Unraveled Earth and then Naturalist over one of them. Or, you can also go for a Minefield play. But I imagine he's saving that for a Scion.
It is turn 7, and with how much the Scion decks tend to draw, saving the Hexplosive Minefield is always a good option.
And Ziggs' Bouncing Bomb does come out here, clearing off the Poros, passing the action, and letting Hiko decide what to do next. Oh, Hiko passes back. And now you got to consider taking that. This attack, while good for you, isn't going to end them this turn. And stalling them out a turn might be more beneficial. Might make things really awkward. Shotox is definitely considering it here.
We also get 2 of Devout What's the name of it again? Oh, Restored Devout.
Yes.
He gets 2 Restored Devouts if he took the pass there.
And actually deciding to go for the Minefield in this spot, just wants to push the lethal. Figures with the Quicksand for the next turn, he'll be more than safe enough. Now, Mystic Shot comes out from the side of Hiko, clears off the Ziggs. Taliyah plus this Grumpy Rock Bear is still going to represent 10, though. 15, actually. Scion going to come down. And now, Shotox is in a really tough spot.
I think you still take the swing, because sure, you do let them rally, but Taliyah's big enough where you barely take damage, and you just saw a Mystic Shot used on Ziggs, not Fate.
Still taking 3, though. And taking 3 puts you in Mystic Shot, Get Excited range. When you see that Mystic Shot come out on the Ziggs, you can feel pretty comfortable about the fact that there's multiple.
And as you were saying earlier, we have Quicksand for their swing, so we should feel very comfortable in this spot right now.
Looks like Shotox is going to go for it. Figures this is the way he has to win. Oh, wow. Silverfuse, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. We hope you guys enjoy our show. For those of you just tuning in, I'm MonteXristo, and I'm joined by James. We'll be back on the desk in a second. Sorry, James, I cut you off there. Introduce yourself to all the new raiders.
Welcome, raiders. I'm James. As some of you probably know, I'm the Nivea guy or the Doombeast guy, depending on what you see me playing on ladder.
Yep. And Scion Return gonna come out here and spell the end for Shotox. There is literally nothing he can do in this position. The 3 damage is gonna come through. Oh, he could top deck a Rite of Negation, I guess. That would buy him a turn. Watch him do it now. He is playing 2. I was commenting on how I don't agree with him.
He has Unraveled Earth to try to draw into it as well.
Yep, he does. Preservarium.
Let's do this.
Given the action, Preservarium might do it.
We were given the action.
I think you have to go for the Preservarium here. The Unraveled Earth is okay, but it's not gonna... Oh, okay. And he finds it! Shotox is gaming today.
Coming right up.
And this has to be a Quicksand. Has to be a Quicksand. Shotox gonna go ahead and bait out the axe first. Oh man, and it works. Now we'll see the Quicksand come out, deny this damage altogether, kill the Draven. And Shotox sets himself up to actually win this game when it looked really doomed for him.
Really good first series to start out with, going all the way to game 3.
Yeah, it was a fantastic series to start out with. Excellent choice, James. A lot of interesting decision points here from both players. Shotox can go ahead and press OK here. And now the Get Excited is going to come through. And
only way Hiko can still win this is if he top decks another Get Excited.
yes, it has to be one of two. And there are 27 cards left in the deck. So the odds on that are not great. And he finds it! Oh my goodness. I guess we spoke too soon. Now, will Shotox go with the Preservarium to find the second one? Nope, just going to pass the action over. And looks like Hiko is actually going to end up coming out ahead. Shotox tried his best, but couldn't quite get there in the end.
Top deck after top deck, really close series.
The caster blessings are on fire tonight. GG emotes come out, and with that, we're headed back to the desk. What's up, guys? That was a series. That was a real series. That was a great series.
It really was.
Excellent choice, James. Do we want to take a look at what is still ongoing and maybe jump into another one for our lovely viewers here?
Yes.
All right. Would you do me the honors of taking a pick?
I see Black Boss is still going.
I think he was up against somebody quite good, if I remember correctly. Greg was kind enough to send us a screenshot. I will find it. Black Boss was playing Kanan. I have Kanan.
I'll get Black Boss's side then.
We'll jump into that for you guys here.
Kanan's always a great one to watch, as well as Black Boss.
Yep, having topped C seasonals multiple, or yeah, it was C back then. I'm not misspeaking. Now APAC. Kanan
And Black Boss a seasonal winner.
Yes, Black Boss is a seasonal winner. I think Kanan finished second at best. I don't know if he actually won one. I could be wrong. I should know my own teammates' successes. This is embarrassing, chat. But with that, we are into the game, and it looks like it's going to be MonteXristo up against Ziggs-Taliyah.
Ziggs-Taliyah.
And this is a bad matchup for Kanan, but we got in just at the start here. And the opening hand from the side of Black Boss looks pretty good to me. Has it 1, 2, 3. This is what you want to be seeing. Kanan as well, also looking good. Has the 2-drop Soothsayer to protect their disc. Can make a big difference in this matchup. We do see Black Boss was able to find the Desert Naturalist off of the predict there.
I still haven't really touched MonteXristo too much, but from what I've heard is you look for Soothsayer if you see the deck you're against has landmark removal.
Yep, pretty much. It doesn't matter quite so much against stuff like Tri-Beam because you can still just you used to be able to out mid-range them. Now I'm not so sure, but
I've played it after the nerf, and yes, MonteXristo still out mid-range is Tri-Beam. Because I still play the Kate as Tri-Beam quite a bit.
Okay, that's good to know. MonteXristo definitely on my consideration, for seasonals as well. Deck is still very, very powerful, of course. Did get hurt, but Chad is now catching up to us, catching up to the Rite of Negation top deck, and it is quite entertaining. But back to the game at hand. MonteXristo definitely still a very solid deck, as you can see by Kanan bringing it today.
Sun's beneath me and winds behind me.
Preservarium going to come out to match this Rockhopper. And Preservarium going to come out from the side of Kanan as well. Kanan, of course, does have both champions available already. But we'll see if they could get them leveled up in time to come out ahead in this matchup, which can be quite scary. Azir approaching halfway.
You've played Ziggs-Taliyah a bit, right?
Mm-hmm. I have.
Is triple naturalist the common build?
No, at this point it's not. It was in the original decks, but most people have gone down to 2 or 0 naturalists even. I really don't like being on 0. I think you just don't, especially if you're not playing Unleashed Energy, which I'm a big fan of because I play more for tempo. I play more for the landmark stun turns, letting you kill. But a lot of people
pulled
have
up Black Boss's list, and he has triple naturalist.
Yeah, he's definitely still on that tempo game plan. I see the Herald of the Magus coming out from him as well. So he is probably playing it a little bit more similarly to I am, but I'll take a look at his list as well.
He also has a 1 of Unleashed Energy.
Yeah. I think that card is so incredibly powerful with the stun landmark. It is crazy.
Just blows out people on ladder if they don't expect it at all.
Yeah, 2 Hourglass, 2 Quicksand, 2 Rite of Arcane, 2 Rite of Negation, 2 Minefield, 2 Ancient Prep. This is a pretty standard list as well. The 3 Naturalist really tells me that he is trying to go for these big mid-game tempo turns. And I like that. I think that's a very good way to play the deck. I think that it's very strong. And the Naturalist also helps you into stuff like the Sun Disc matchup. So if you're looking to target this matchup because you think it's still going to be around, it's still going to be effective, it makes a lot of sense to be on 3. Other thing worth noting from Black Boss's lineup, he's on Plunder. The man has brought Plunder back. It's kind of been making a little bit of a resurgence.
I brought Plunder week 1 of Aegis, as you may have known, because week 1 I faced Runeterra Tennis Academy with one of your teammates bitter on their team.
Mm-hmm. You beat him. He was quite upset about it. Congratulations.
I remember hearing, I think it was Annie or someone mentioned he posted a screenshot in Wombats.
Yeah. Yeah, he did. It was quite funny. Wait, Black Boss is playing a LeBlanc in his Draven Scion. You know, Black Boss is insane, bro.
Always a fan of the Black Boss spice. I remember back during the 2-deck fight nights, one time he brought Vlad Hecarim Heroine.
Yeah, he brought that to Aegis a while ago too. It's a crazy deck. I love Black Boss's deck building. He pioneered the one of Vi in Draven Scion in the past. The one of LeBlanc makes a lot of sense to me too. I really like it. I kind of hope we get to see that. Now, I missed it, but the Sun Disc went down from the side of Kanan. This just got a whole lot harder for him.
It really did.
And Magus going to come down, granting all the champions overwhelm from the side of Black Boss, and also leveling up Kanan's Xerath. With this,
something I will mention though is Black Boss's Taliyah Ziggs only has Herald for the top, and there's no arsenals, and Kanan has triple quicksand, so if he does ever find units big enough to kill the Ziggs and Taliyah after blocking their skills, this still looks winnable for Kanan.
Oh, it definitely can be winnable for Kanan at this point. Like we were saying earlier, Mono-Shurima just plays a good mid-range game plan, even when the Sun Disc goes down. It's a bit harder now because a lot of people are on that one of Clockwork Curator just to accelerate that Sun Disc back to where it is, and that kind of takes away from the mid-range plan a little bit, but nonetheless, it's possible to come out ahead here. And I'm a big fan of no Arsenal, to be honest. I think the Arsenal is a little bit misplaced in this deck, especially when you're trying to play for this more tempo-oriented plan. It's just a little bit too slow. Oftentimes, you're not going to have enough keywords off of it. And I really like that Black Boss was considering duplicating the Herald of the Magus there. For those of you who don't know or who are unaware, summon effects do occur when things come out of the hourglass like that. That means that, yes, the Herald would give even more damage to his champions and more HP buffs, which can matter quite a bit, letting them take blocks. Full Swing comes out from Kanan here, puts on the pressure, takes Black Boss down to 9. And I imagine we'll get a resolve here. But maybe
another interesting topic is Golden Ambassador versus Rite of Calling in the MonteXristo decks.
I think most lists I've seen are on a blend of both. Usually two Rite of Callings, one Ambassador to round out a 3 of. And I like that mix myself. I haven't played too much MonteXristo, but to me that makes a lot of sense. The Rite of Calling, of course, gives you the ability to play out your champions on the turn they're drawn in a lot of situations, whereas the Ambassador lets you prepare for future turns a lot better and makes your champions stronger and more valuable.
And an interesting combo I've seen a lot of, well, not too many MonteXristo players do, is you Rite of Calling your Devout, so then you can have Rite of Arcane back up if you need to kill a big threat your opponent plays.
Yep, very well said, James. I forgot about that play myself, but it is something that's quite common and quite powerful. A lot of more advanced players will let your Devouts just connect to face because they don't really care about their Nexus HP. That's not how they're losing. They're losing to the Emperor's deck. So the longer you can stall out that landmark coming out and stall out that advanced pressure, the better it's going to be for you in the long term. Kanan opting to burn a Mana Crystal there. We'll see how this plays out, but I think this is looking very good for the Black Boss. And actually just going to offer up the end round here. Now, if you're Kanan, do you ever just aggressively go to put 2 Azirs on the board here?
I don't think you can with the Unraveled Earths being on the board still, because if you went for 2 Azirs, you're taking more face damage from Ziggs.
Yeah, but I think that's happening anyways. Kanan instead actually just going to go for this open attack lethal swing. This is a really, really heads-up play from his side. Because I'm not going to give you the opportunity to even cast another Unraveled Earth. Even if the Ziggs blocks the 6/6 Zerath, this is going to be lethal. Black Boss digging, finds another Hourglass. Not exactly what you want to see. And the surrender comes out. Super well played by Kanan to navigate his way through an unfavored matchup. It just goes to show that with some practice, you can do super well. Goodaddy, you about to learn today. You about to learn today, my guy. Turns out Mono Disc can win without Disc up against Taliyah. I think that was game 3 of the series. We'll give it a second here before trying to jump into another one, but it does look like the players are done. And while we're waiting to see if that's still going, I'm going to pull up the bracket for myself here and see if there's anything unreported still. Looks like that was just about the last. Maybe we have a couple more going. Let's see if Ryan is playing 4LW, players that I have on my friends list, I think. We'll see if we can get that one up.
I do not have either of those players on my friends list.
Turns out I don't have Ryan, but I do have 4LW. So I can get us into that one. We'll do single hand for this point. And it looks like Ryan is on Akshanari. And 4LW is up, just playing a pretty standard looking Draven Scion here. This is a Relic of Power. This is from the Warlord's Palace, the original one. open attack.
From the looks of the timer, it's game 3, I guess.
I would assume so. I think that's a safe bet at this point. What options do we got here, James? Oh, I guess you don't know because you don't have him. Sorry. We'll see what Ryan decides to pick from the question mark here.
I'm also still new and getting used to the Ryan F and Miles as a lore player. I'm used to the other Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan Laglatan, my friend.
Yes.
That Ryan is a homie. I know him pretty well. I haven't had the opportunity to speak to Ryan F and Miles too much, but he did do a little bit of trash talking on Twitter the other day, which I can greatly respect. And the board is going to continue to be filled from the side of 4LW, whereas Ryan just goes ahead and drops a Kanan to keep his card advantage up.
Talk is worthless. We are what we do. Good people don't look the other way.
And Akshan found. Warlord's Horde gonna be played. Yep, it is the Horde. I got it right this time. I always get that mixed up. And with an Absolver, this could be rather scary. Of course, we don't see the hand from the side of Ryan, but I would imagine he's on it. I mean, almost certainly has to be on the Absolver in this list. Lock's gonna come out. And the blocks have been set. We'll see if the Absolver does come out. Oh, I spoke a little bit too soon. Block's not quite set yet. Now they're going to get locked in. And I would imagine we don't see an Absolver just yet. You're probably pretty happy with this if you're Ryan. You're not really feeling incredibly pressured just yet. And he's definitely thinking about it. Now, if I'm 4LW, this long pause to me tells me that something is going on. There's something happening from the side of my opponent that I got to be worried about. And it looks like he is going to go for the Absolver here. Wanted to save the 5-3 instead of push the extra little bit of damage. That maybe tells me there's a second Absolver in the hand. These are little things that you can kind of pick up by the way your opponent plays things out. And the Pharaoh going to come down from the side of 4LW. This could spell the end of the game if there's no bounce from Ryan. I would imagine there definitely has to be a homecoming.
Ryan is on triple homecoming and 2 concussive palms, so I'd expect something to be left for him to deny the Farron swing.
We did see the 1 concussive palm already, so potentially 3 homecomings and 1 concussive palm still an option. Denial of the Farron swing could be rather important here. And Scion actually going to double the threat density here and make it perhaps a little bit more difficult.
If we do have a homecoming, we might have to use it on our landmarks so we don't die of a full swing.
And looks like this palm has been committed onto the Farron.
With a palm being committed to Farron, that leads me to believe there is a homecoming in hand.
Yeah, I think you're probably right about that one, James.
In which case, we just homecoming our Tail of Dragon onto and Scion.
Did I miss a pawn being recalled last turn?
N-
I thought we
I
saved.
mean-
It was. Oh, it was. Okay. Yeah, I did miss it. That's okay. I'm got a lot going on.
Oh, going for the auction recall instead of a tail.
Don't want to die? Don't do terrible things.
And this is not looking so great for 4LW in this spot. I should probably also fix our scoreboard. There we go. Now I wonder if players are starting to consider a time win. It is within the rules.
But they still have that 5 minutes extra overtime, right?
Yeah, it's going to be pretty hard to find a time lethal here. Especially since we don't know who won the previous game, and I don't know exactly how time rules are because I've never had to consider it. But I'm pretty sure in game 3, it's the person with the most time left on the clock at the end of the full round. So that would be immensely in the favor of 4LW at this point. Still, if our read from earlier was good, there should be a second Absolver in the hand here. And that should spell doom for 4LW.
Don't let the fluffy tails fool you.
Oh, I wouldn't dare.
And Ari actually going to come out here. She's going to be on the verge of leveling up as well. The swing will get her leveled. And recall the 3-2 Tail of the Dragon. That's what it is.
Yes.
And that'll let Ryan protect himself against the Scion on the next turn. Looks like there's a charm. That's actually going to send the Tail of the Dragon back into the hand here. Ari level up going to come through. Now, is that Absolver available? What do you think, James?
Too slow.
I think it might be. We did use the landmark spell for draw, right?
Yes, it was draw 2.
Then yeah, there's very good chances of us
Oh!
having the...
Interesting. I guess there's no Absolver. Now, I don't... Maybe there's second Conk Palm? Because otherwise, I guess another recall potentially. If there's not, I don't know how you're ever actually surviving in this position. Ari block going to come out on one of the Poros. Akshan block comes out.
Your attack is obvious.
You're at going to 8. This leaves you dead. And here is a homecoming.
If Ryan still has the 2 denies, then the decimates created off of Farron aren't that scary.
That is also true. That is also true. Good odds he does still have a deny, most likely both. It's a matter of whether or not he has it in his hand. And Ryan just doing an excellent job of playing this nice and slow and forcing 4LW to commit multiple things to each attack and then stuffing those in their tracks.
Turn any man into a monster.
Draven's biggest fan, burned from the side of 4LW. That's a card you're pretty happy to see go at this point in the game. Would feel a lot worse if it was a Mystic Shot, get excited, or even just some more burn.
Draven's biggest fan, like, his biggest value is just like having him in your opener most of the time.
Absolutely. And Sonic Wave comes out here, letting Ryan target this
If you can.
Captain Farron. Now we will see a recall come out on the rest of this board through the Ari. And that's going to discount everything and help Ryan continue to cycle his way through this game.
Got an axe with your name on it.
We're giving Akshan up, which is interesting to me. Okay, now we're giving Ahri up, and this makes a little bit more sense. And is this the Absolver? No, it's just another recall to stop the Ahri from going through all the way to the end. Whirling Death is available to stop this, though. Still, same effect will happen. Ahri won't make it to the end.
I do like using the whirling here. We could potentially bait out one of the denies so our decimates go through.
Actually going to protect the Captain Farron. I like this from the side of 4LW. But Concussive Palm can stuff this in its tracks. Deny.
Oh, it's... As we read, there was one of the two denies in the hand, and 4LW baited it out with the whirling.
Well played by 4LW to get that out. That was also Draven's Whirling Death, I believe.
Must be nice living off
Yep, it was in fact a Draven's Whirling Death. So that's going to take a champion out on top of protecting his own.
Anything else?
Urchin was a good top deck on 4LW's side. Gives us another chance to try to draw into burn.
And stun being considered once again here. Ahri Charm instead going to recall the 3-3. Doesn't want to give up this Concussive Palm as it's the primary way of saving themselves here.
And Ahri Charm buying Ryan a bit more time.
Not popping the Horde to dig is interesting to me. I guess we almost always get this next action, so it's not a huge deal, but
Something I'm also now only realizing is while Burst Pass may be gone, you can still just cast the Burst and Focus Speed spells to give yourself more time on your timer during your turns.
a little bit. You don't get full time back. There's also something to be said about just casting it to get value and like tricking your opponent into thinking you want them to take the action pass or tricking your opponent to thinking you made a misplay. Of course, that'll dissipate with time. But
Yeah. From Ryan's side, with him having less time and having the deck that requires more thinking, those little things like using the burst speed and focus speed spells for that extra amount of time on the timer is something he needs.
Definitely. So it looks like there is no Absolver left at this point. Otherwise, we would have seen it played by now. And maybe it came up off the top.
Top deck Absolver for the win.
This will do it for Ryan. And 4LW hits the FF. That was an amazing first round, James. What did you think about those games?
All really tight and close series. Could have gone either way.
Absolutely. I think that is the end of the first round now. Does appear like those were the last players we were waiting on. So while the second round is being generated, we're going to cut to a quick break. But right before that, I do want to thank our sponsors, Community Gaming IO, for partnering with Mastering Runeterra to bring you guys this great tournament series. They have come together with us in the past as well as now to bring so many of the tournaments that you guys know and love that Mastering Runeterra have put on. They've been wonderful partners, even going so far as to add Swish functionality to their site for us. Something that was hotly requested. If you guys have been around for a while, you might remember the single elimination tournaments. And while I was a fan of those, not everybody was, and I recognize that. Totally understandable. Swiss definitely feels a lot better to play in. Feels like it does lead to a more competitive environment. But with that, we're going to cut to a quick break, and we'll be right back. Thank you guys. Hope to see you after. Welcome back, everybody. I am your host, MonteXristo, and I'm joined by my pal, James. James, how'd you feel about that first round?
The first round was full of a lot of excitement and top deck after top deck nail biters games.
And for those of you who don't know or who are just tuning in, this is the MasteringRuneterra's Road to Seasonal Tournament series. We are running tournaments every single day. Most of them have been streamed, but we do have our second round starting up momentarily here. We're just waiting for the players to get in, and I don't think we have quite enough time to run through their deck lists, but we are going to jump into two players who I believe are currently our top seeds. Beanmaster versus Friend of Zoe. Beanmaster goes by BB Bean in game, and they're on a triple Shurima lineup, I believe, which kind of fell out of meta for a little while, but is still sticking around. I'm assuming I clicked on the right links anyways. We'll see. I'll double check that in a second here. Oh, I'm wrong. It's actually Friend of Zoe that's on the triple Shurima lineup. Beanmaster is on Draven, Rumble, Victor, Elise, Ezreal, Kindred, Sentinels, and Taliyah Malphite, a man after, or woman, or non-binary person after Roji's own heart. James, how do you feel about Taliyah Malphite in the current metagame? I know you are quite friendly with Roji and whatnot, having been on chip in the past.
I think that Taliyah Malphite does what it's always done still, like, be bigger than, like, your standard elites or standard Demacia midrange, and while still beating up control. I just think it has some newer tools that can help it against aggro bit with Desert Duel or even Celestial Wonder.
Yeah, and people have also started to realize the power of Hourglass, even in that list. Taliyah being able to duplicate big threats like the Earth Elemental can be quite powerful. Of course, those cards aren't actually in the list from the side of BB Bean. This is a bit of an older school list with Ground Slams and a full set of Salt Spires. I know that's something Grandpa Roji has moved off of a little bit. But regardless, that's not the decks in front of us. We do have the Mono Viego from the side of Friend of Zoe queued into the Sentinels list. And this is a matchup that I would expect to be slightly Viego favored. I don't really know why I feel that way, but I do. I think it's just a little bit of a slower deck. It's a little bit of a bigger deck. And I don't think it's too worried about the fearsome units that the Sentinels list wants to use to push its early aggro pressure. Of course, this isn't a traditional Sentinels list either. It does have Gohards in it. So with the Gohards, maybe things swing a little bit, allows BB Bean to put on a little bit more pressure through that mid game and threaten lethals that way. But we'll see how it plays out.
The free of Aloof could help BB against the Viego deck. You could potentially just hit all the Hydra Vines and slow the Viego flip.
That is definitely true, James. Friend of Zoe also seems to have a couple rekindlers in this list to help prevent against that. We'll see if it comes up in this game, and I should actually get us our second hand back up online there for all of our lovely viewers.
The scariest part is if the Viego flip happens, you can never play your Ledros on BB's side.
That's true. Your Ledros? Nope. My Ledros now.
And then Friend of Zoe, if they have a kill spell like Rite of Calling in their list, they could just keep the Ledros forever.
That is very true. And here we are going to see the Kindred attack in. And Friend of Zoe has to decide if they want to go ahead and use this Quicksand. It looks like they're going to. There's no way for BB Bean to punish this with their current hand. And that's going to take out the Kindred. Something you got to feel really good about, to be honest. Kindred can be quite the nuisance. Took a while for her to get there, though. Do you remember Kindred release? I was really high on Kindred when she was released. Or when they were released. Kindred is a they.
I remember when Kindred was released as a 5-mana 4/4.
Yep. I think the 4-mana 4/3 version of Kindred is quite a lot better. And even now, it took, a good season, maybe 2 patches before people started recognizing that Kindred actually is a threat and is worth playing.
Yeah, Kindred helps especially with Viego Ionia, when they switched to Kindred, that helped more of their like combo matchups where it's Viego Kindred against like Lee Sin. Lee Sin was slightly favored against Viego when it was just like Viego Fresh or just Viego Ionia. But with Kindred, it removed the eyes and made it so, oh, you can't even drop your Lee Sin because Mark.
Yeah, very, very true. Kindred's ability to pressure backline units like like the Eye of the Dragon, like the solo Lee Sin, makes them incredibly powerful, and almost a remove on site target. Can be super problematic for both aggro decks and control decks because of that factor. And I'm personally quite glad to see them making their way back into the metagame in not one but multiple lists lately. Big fan of Kindred in the Viego Ionia lists. And honestly, maybe a little bit surprised not to see them showing up in these Viego Shurima lists. I wonder if it's something that people have been experimenting with and just kind of decided wasn't worth it, or if it's something that has just been a little bit overlooked. I know one of the benefits to running Mono Viego is the fact that Rite of Calling will always draw him, and that can be quite powerful, even in the case where you just need a despair.
Speaking of despair, Friend of Zoe top decked another Viego right when B-Bean plays another Kindred.
Yeah, and this is a pretty decent spot to slam a despair if you wanted to. Looks like Friend of Zoe agrees with me. Does have that
We
healing.
even have Piercing Darkness, as you were saying, for the healing. Just heal us right back up.
And B-Bean gonna dig for something with that time trick. Nothing great found, but Pharaoh's Financier is going to give them really good options in this Regent combination. Lots of excellent spells. Something like a Ruination can come up huge in this matchup. And opting just to hold the mana instead. We'll see if they change their mind after this Camivore Soldier is played. And nope, just a pass. Now, can Zoe find an Hourglass or a Rite of Negation to protect their Viego? And Treasure Seeker's not what you want to see in this position. We'll see if Bean decides to go after the Viego, which we can see will pay off given our caster vision, but obviously has to be something they're quite scared of. 2 Rite of Negation, 3 Ancient Hourglass means that there's 5 denials, but with that Hydrovine coming down, now it's safe.
But we're threatening a lot of damage if they decide to just open Vengeance for Viego here.
I was going to say, I think you need to potentially develop that Station Archivist just to have a fearsome blocker, because this Hydrovine and the Viego are going to be able to get in.
I think the Harrowing and the Unlicensed Contraption, I think it's called, those were like the more reasonable options. Hextech Anomaly is the option for you could potentially hit a game-winning or game-ending card.
I'm a big fan of the Anomaly in this position. I don't think that the other 2 choices were that impactful here. Whereas the Anomaly, as you said, James, can just completely swing matchups, can just completely break games. The longer that card has been out, the more respect I've started to give it. Even here, I don't hate casting it. Instead, we're gonna...
Glimpse, not what you want to see off your Archivist this late in the game with just Station Archivist on the board.
Definitely not. It's gonna suck a lot if you're forced into playing it there. I imagine we'll see the Thermal Beam going after the Hydrovine here. Unfortunately for BB Bean, there's another one. And here it comes. These myths are getting really big, really fast, and that's one of the powerful things with playing multiple copies of Hydrovine. This is gonna spell lethal. BB Bin hits okay, and that takes us to game 2. And I'll bring our scoreboard back for that one as well. Ta-da! It's back. I did it, guys. Looks like the players are just taking a second to collect their heads.
And now we have Taliyah Malphite versus Taliyah Ziggs.
Huh. I have not seen this matchup play out. And if I had to imagine, I'm going to say that Taliyah Ziggs comes out ahead here because it can just destroy the Salt Spire. Although it can't because there's no Desert Naturalists from the side of Friend of Zoe. So with that, maybe BB Bean has a decent chance. Ancient Prep on 1. What are our options, James?
It was Pokey Unraveled.
Here comes the tip.
I wonder what we picked. My guess is it would be a skip here. Sorry, James.
For Taliyah Malphite player with a nice curve for 1 to 2, you have your chip into your landmark.
Yep, you gotta feel good about that. James, do you want to just do the viewers a favor and move your cursor? It's enlarging the hand. And there.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much. The chip into Preservarium curve, not the perfect one, but definitely one that you're happy to see. Turning that chip on is fantastic. The potentially only better thing you could do is a double chip into Ancient Prep or a chip into Rockhopper.
We found a Rite of Negation, which will be nice for potential Rite of Arcanes.
Yeah, Rite of Arcane doesn't have a whole lot of targets in this deck from the side, in the Taliyah Malphite deck, but definitely can be good at preventing Endless Devouts from spawning their Restored Devout, as well as preventing Taliyah and Ziggs damage in the later stages of the game. Yeah, I was not a huge fan of that attack for exactly this reason. We didn't know what we were going to draw into, and we don't have a lot of early drops in this deck. So now we're threatening to take quite a bit more damage here. Still blocks 3 technically, but we're forced into using this Quicksand anyways, and we could have still kept a unit on the board.
Yeah. But we at least have Earth Elemental for the next turn.
That we do.
Blue Sentinel is a great top deck off that Preservarium pop.
And the second Preservarium means that we're probably going to go Blue Sentinel into Prez here, so that way we have a follow-up with Taliyah on turn 5. And I like this play a lot. Taliyah's at 2 out of 5 now. We'll go to 3. And Malphite at 4 out of 10. So during one of these earlier casts, I was talking a little bit about how clearly the devs work ahead because Release Taliyah had all these conditions that were made her so unusable at the start, but honestly could probably come back and be okay right now. Not that I want them back. I think Taliyah's in a pretty good spot for the most part. But Release Taliyah was just so much weaker, and it had conditions like you had to have a landmark on the board. You had to do this. You had to do that. And now that we've entered this era of landmarks, we can see why she might have had all those effects back then. But Malphite coming down as a 12, starting as a 12 attack, as a 12 level up condition, still confuses me. I'm still not sure how we were ever getting there.
I believe that it intended entirely for like you to do a little role playing with Eye of the Rock main deck with Malphite.
Probably.
But something I do miss is the Taliyah option of you send the 1 rock or the 3 rocks. Maybe that's something they can look into and bring back.
Oh, that's true. I forgot about that. It could be something they look at for sure. Taliyah is a little bit on the stronger side at this point. I love that I was talking about nerfing Caitlyn earlier, and I was like, yeah, we should nerf Caitlyn eventually. But now I'm here going like, this is great. I love Taliyah. Oh, and while I was chatting, we got a couple raids. Sir Termin and Jason, thank you very much. Welcome, everybody.
Welcome, Raiders. Thank you for the raids.
Now we just have to
We hope you guys are enjoying the broadcast. For those of you just tuning in, I'm MonteXristo, and I'm joined by my pal James, who you might know from Twitch chat. Big fan of the scene, big supporter of the scene. Great guy, and doing an excellent job here on his first cast.
I'm James, and as Monty summed it up, I have a famous meme where I'm LeBlanc because most of the people in the lore community, if they're in a stream or streamer stream, they'll notice me just out of nowhere, just wave hello to them with my little Karibo emote.
What a wonderful moment that is. Every time I see you wave hello, James, it does make my day a little bit better. Love to see the friends in chat. Love to see the homies. Now for BB Bean, he's got to decide, does he want to go in for an attack here? And is going to go ahead and throw the Taliyah up on the stack. And the Hourglass means this Ziggs is going to be able to deal quite a bit of damage here.
Something to point out about Friend of Zoe's Ziggs-Taliyah list, unlike Black Boss's, there are arsenals in it.
Yep, there is a single arsenal. There is also that one of Unleashed Energy that I'm such a huge fan of. And this is a 3 Pokey Stick, 3 Hourglass list. Cutting down on the Inventive Chemists actually being a little bit weaker into aggro to prop up the Ancient Preps and have a little bit more of a streamlined game plan through the mid to late game. Plays it a little bit more like a combo deck, as we can see here, with the 2 Ziggs on board, with the Taliyah on board. This is going to be very, very threatening. Stack is not quite full, something that you can actually do by duplicating a Taliyah. Really, really funny when it happens, but not super common. So we do, of course, have the option of Rite of Negation from the side of BPB. And I have to imagine it's going to come out here.
Speaking of aggro being good into the Ziggs-Taliyah, I do think that there are some lists, strategies where you can do a bait strategy since FTR is popular. You can go FTR, Ziggs-Taliyah, and another anti-aggro deck and try to beat aggro like triple aggro lineups that way.
But Ziggs-Taliyah is so weak into aggro. I don't know that I would try that. This deck can really, really struggle into aggro, especially if we're cutting down on the Inventive Chemists and stuff. Some people have experimented with the Bilgewater version, which can do some stuff, and that's just going to be lethal there with the double Ziggs on board, pushing 4 damage. So that was a quick 2-0 from Friend of Zoe. I'm going to cut us back to the desk here, James, and let's see if we can pick up another matchup to get into in this second round.
Yes.
Is there anything that sticks out to you, my friend?
Sleepy Punda
is up against Jade Cabby, who I don't think I have. Let me just double check to see if they have a different in-game name. Nope, their in-game name on the sheet is just 4 6s. So
I can grab Sleepy Panda's side.
Yeah, that would be wonderful if we had the other side of that matchup, which we don't appear to. But I can pull Panda up on the screen for our viewers, and we can just do one hand.
It's looking like Sleepy Panda's experimenting with Victor Ezreal Shellfolk list.
Oh, is this the Icata special? And there's so many decks that are playable this metagame that I just haven't had the chance to get my hands on yet because I don't have enough time. There's not enough time in a day, James. Do you ever feel that way?
A little, but for me with this lore season, it's not so much about not enough time for the decks. It's about enough time for the decks while also getting Aegis lineups figured out for my team.
Yeah, it's really hard to fit in all the time between prepping, playing ladder, casting, all that stuff. It can be quite difficult to make the time to figure this stuff out. But here we see Panda drop the Ez, set themselves up to go in, gets the attack off, decides not to cast the Mystic Shot. I like that. don't necessarily need to be playing that every single turn. Just because you created it, banking mana can be quite valuable, and giving Ziggs-Taliyah access to a sarcophagus to spawn a restored devout can be quite scary. Ziggs at 2
Who
out of 4.
did you say Panda's opponent was again?
Jade Cavi. And I don't have a hashtag to add them. Maybe it's 4 6s. Maybe that's what we're seeing on the bracket there.
I can try sending one to them.
Yeah, if you want to go ahead. Here, Panda decides that now they're going to go ahead and stop the Endless Devout. And again, this makes a lot of sense. Just save themselves some HP. Still have Shellfolk available for the next turn. The trouble now lies in... Okay, I like this. The open attack passes the action. Can't burst pass anymore, so this is what we got to do now. We'll see if we can get Jade to dip below that 4 HP breakpoint, or that 4 mana breakpoint. And nope, just going to continue to 3 mana breakpoint. Just going to continue to represent the right of the arcade. Taliyah comes out here, is going to level up, and things are looking very scary for Panda.
So, turns out Jade Cavi's IGN is just for 4 6s. I'm just waiting for them to accept.
Okay, well, let me know if they do so I can turn on that second hand. There's a chance it doesn't happen during the game. But
yeah, probably very focused on their game right now.
I would imagine. It's got to be a tough spot to navigate. Panda, pretty good player. And this is looking really good for Jade. Has both level champions on the board. Has an Endless Devout. Or Restored Devout, sorry. We did see that right of the arcade come out to kill a Shellfolk. And then Panda actually top decked the next Shellfolk there. This will save a ton of HP. Excellent wall up.
As the lore community has grown, Panda has become a name that's a little harder to associate with like one panda, because there's Sleepy Panda, Aishi the Red Panda, Puffball Panda, Impetuous Panda, and even a more recent one, Panda 7HS.
Yeah, there do be a lot of pandas in this scene, and I honestly love it. Panda's a great name. There's a lot of people, and it's a great animal. Let's protect the pandas. Let's keep them in this world. Keep them from going extinct. That got a little bit dark. Sometimes the mind wanders. But we do see that attack coming through. The wallop is going to save tons of HP. The Restored Devout going to get traded off. Ezreal's still on the board here. Now at 5 out of 6. And Panda considering if they want to play this bot, if they want to go for a time trick maybe, or if they're just going to pass it back. I think you just pass here. Actually decides they want to level up this Ezreal and start presenting a threat of their own. Now we'll see if they can convert this Ezreal flip into a win. Deathmark Mark III is going to let them potentially take out this Ziggs.
Deathray is a card that's been on the rise recently. I've been seeing a lot of experimentation with it in PZ decks, and even some as Kanan lists where they're going for non-allegiance with like Time Trick, Deathray, Mystics.
Yeah, I think it's definitely risen in popularity in part due to the Dresbo pile. Dresbo, of course, playing that PNZ Ionia list of his all the way to the top one of ladder, included it in it. I've always been somewhat of a fan of the card. I think it has a lot of spots where it's quite powerful. Bricking your top decks can be really sad, but stuff like Time Trick can shuffle your deck and just push it completely out of the way. And here we see the Arsenal come down with Fearsome and Scout, as well as Fury, Quick Attack. This is very scary.
And just slamming the Arsenal is nice here, because as you just saw, the prank happened, and we'd rather not give our opponent an Arsenal to block ours if it didn't hit elusive.
And here we're going to see the attack come through. The prank picking up the quicksand means that Panda has a good chance of surviving the next turn, but still...
We're just hesitant on the swing because we saw him pull back, because what if they have another quicksand in the hand?
I don't know if you play around it at this point. You just saw the one. You don't really need the attack. I guess now you don't attack because you decided to play the bot instead.
Panda choosing to respect the possibility of another quicksand here.
Now, if a develop happens, I think you have to preemptively quicksand to stop this scout attack. But no action was given, so the scout attack's going to come through. Some fumes, pretty decent option. You actually can... Oh, wait, you get double some fumes. I forgot about the time trick interaction. Do you ever just go after it right here? I guess not, but we're going to go ahead and give up our Shellfolk and commit the Mystic Shot.
Choosing to shoot the Ziggs with one of the Sump Fumes so we can develop the next Shellfolk next turn.
I don't know how I feel about this one. I think this is potentially a slip-up. This gives them the opportunity to develop another Ziggs, something which would not be so hot for you. Of course, you can go over it with the second Sump Fumes or the Death Ray if there's an Hourglass, but then that gets punished by second Ziggs just as well. It also, of course, struggles into Unleashed Energy, which we see is available. I would imagine now you just press OK. Oh no, the Arsenal got Challenger. Now you're caught between a rock and a hard place.
Something I tend to not always remember it with Quicksand and is, while it may be similar to Hush, it's not Hush, so champs and followers do keep their effects, even though they will lose all their keywords.
Yes, that is correct, and it's something that players do tend to forget and can sometimes be punished by. Of course, here, the Quicksand on the Arsenal was definitely still the correct play. It's debatable whether we had to go after the Ziggs right away, though. We'll see how this works out for Panda. The attack connects. Now Rockhopper means that any development is going to be a potential lethal for the side of Jade. This is actually just always lethal, right?
Yes.
Go here, do that. We're still at exactly 8.
It's exactly 4 in the end.
Unfortunate for Panda. Couldn't find their way to the victory there. Now
Had Arsenal not rollen Challenger, then we could have survived on 1 with Ezreal blocking Taliyah instead.
Yep. Yeah, it was very much came down to the wire there. Of course, we can't develop further after that because of the fact that the Ziggs is still on the board, although we might have been able to take it out at the start of the next turn. Actually, the Ziggs is always has to go down there. So what am I saying? My brain is not working as well as it should be. Looks like that might have been the last game in that set as well. Just gonna take a...
And Jade Cavi added me back, so it's looking like it was the last game.
Yeah, we will see. We'll give it one more second before trying to jump into something else. And I think I'm pretty good to call that the last game there. Must have been a rather quick set from those players. We'll see who is still playing for us to jump into here.
Why Rebellion?
Yeah, we can get into that game. Who's on the opposite side of them? Kevin. Kevin LOR. I have Kevin.
I have Y Rebellion.
We can do that. Let's get into this series for our lovely viewers. There we go. And looks like we have yet another Ziggs-Taliyah into Sivir Udyr. James, have you seen much of this Sivir Udyr list? Do you think it's very good?
Not exactly Sivir Udyr, but I have seen a plethora of Shurima Udyr decks. And it seems like something that people are still trying to figure out and testing, and because I've noticed that for the most part, a lot of them are built with a standard like Udyr's Troll Chant shaped, and then you go from there.
Mm-hmm. I think it's definitely an archetype worth looking into a bit further, but seems like nobody's quite figured out the exact 40 that they want to be running yet. And Rebellion going to go for the Rite of Negation here, sacking a mana gem as well. I don't know if I agree with that, to be honest. We'll see if it pays off for them.
Udyr being at 1 of 3, maybe they're choosing to use it while they didn't have other stances to try to delay the Udyr level up.
Cast play changes mean that doesn't work anymore, right? The moment
exactly
you hit OK, that goes through. Here we're going to see the Desert Naturalist come down onto the Scrappy Bomb to create a Grumpy Rock Bear. And this looks pretty good if you are Rebellion. You got to be kind of happy about this one.
The play cast change is something even I'm still getting used to.
Yeah, no, me too. It's definitely brought a lot of power into a lot of different decks. It's something that I've been pretty outspoken about being happy to see. Of course, it does still need some balancing. But I have faith in the devs. They've already identified that the feel bad aspect of Taric, Karma, and Jace not counting as played cards is going to be adjusted in future. I imagine they're keeping a very, very close eye on everything, including Ezreal and all the other cards that people have been considering problematic from this point.
Speaking of Ezreal, seems like he's always a problem child. Coming from playing League before lore, Ezreal did cause a lot of problems in that game as well.
Yes, he has. I could definitely see Ezreal getting a rework at some point, but I know the dev team has been pretty open about not wanting to rework champions before getting all of them in the game, or not wanting to reprint champions anyways. We could change some things up slightly to see him a little bit less frustrating. Here, Rebellion has some options. I would imagine we're just going to go Unraveled Earth into Taliyah. Instead, open attack coming out. And skip block. Kevin doesn't care about that damage at all. Has his Sivir set up already. Has a full board that's very, very threatening. And here we're actually going to see extra blockers developed by the side of Rebellion with this Hourglass. Now, if you're Kevin, you probably just go ahead and pass back here. Taliyah comes out. Now you have a couple options. There's a couple extra Udyrs in the side of Kevin's hand. There's also the Inner Beast, which can be used to generate another stance that can then be cast. Waking Sand's not going to be very good here, but Sivir's Ricochet, not really a consideration.
Maybe you do take the play a Spirits Unleashed this turn just to flip your Sivir.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to that line myself. Just going to go ahead and buff the Sivir right up, though. Flip the Udyr with the Inner Beast and the stance. Now Sivir's going to flip on her own attack. Rite of Negation.
Rite of Negation off the top is really nice.
Did you ever start this turn with Spirits Unleashed?
I don't think you want your rock hopper dying.
It
That's
doesn't.
the
It
only
gives
thing.
+1 first.
Ah,
Yeah, I thought about that the other day too. I was like, well, I don't really like the way that looks, but
I didn't know that's how it's work because as most players before the Udyr change, I was not an Udyr gamer.
same. I saw it the other day because I was playing some Udyr mirrors with Hanzo. We were testing some stuff because I'd gained my LP for the day and I was like, okay, time to not int it, but I still want to test some stuff for RA. I was curious about Udyr's potential strength. So I jammed a few games and he won a game with me against me with it because as it turns out, it gives everything +1 first and it hits the Nexus. That 1 extra damage happened to matter.
I go where the trouble is. It's never too far.
The attack came through.
Watch out for the hot dogs, you maniac!
They better watch out for me. Wah!
And development comes out from the side of Rebellion, now has the option of creating another rock bear or digging to find something else. And this could be lethal. If you're really paranoid as Rebellion, you deny this. The odds are not good, but they're not bad either. I've seen worse odds connect. And, oh my goodness, just off by 1. This is actually...
But now Spirits Unleashed can end the game.
Yeah. Also, Ram's Dance if you don't want to potentially waste an Udyr. And you have to go for it. Force them to have it in this position. I like this play a lot. Still going to go ahead and buff up your Udyr as well.
Hydra Kevin could have even taken the pass and done this play next turn when they had their ride-up.
They could have, but they now still have double Spirits Unleashed to threaten on the following turn. And we've also seen both rights out. Oh, the early Shen. That's a little disrespect. That's a little disrespect. Rebellion just goes ahead and surrenders, says, yeah, I guess you got it.
The gods have spoken.
And we'll see if that was the final game in that series as well. Looks like it was, so I'll cut us back to the desk really quickly while we try and find another game for you guys to get into. For us to get into for you guys. We hope you guys are enjoying the show. And we'll see what we can do to bring you guys the end of this round.
Thank you to everyone who's sticking with us through this journey today.
Yes, we do appreciate all of you being here. There's so very many of you, and it warms my heart to see the community turn out for these tournaments. I think that might have been it. Looks like Dr. Evander is playing against Lunari, maybe. Do you have either one of those, gentlemen?
I have Lunari.
I have Dr. Evander, so we can get into that if it's still going to go. Dr. Evander, I hope I'm not going to put you
can almost hear those cogs turning.
in a losing position again, and it looks like I might have. I think I've cursed Dr. Evander, unfortunately. Seems like every time we tune into one of their games, they end up losing, and it's a really bad shout. This is a bit of a strange attack. Only 2 units coming out. I wonder if Luna ran out of time.
Speaking of caster curse and blessings, I remember like a famous tournament I was in, and Squeeby was one of the casters, and it was me versus, I believe, Drizoff. I was on Anivia and Drizoff was on Karmaez, and oh look, Karma created Glorious Evolution.
Now, that is a nutty game, to be honest. we know that this can't be won. Because we see a leveled up Jace on the board. So
Yeah.
this is bugged. We'll see what it actually is. There's a chance that Dr. Evander can actually come out ahead here. We do have Vengeance to deal with the Longtooth. Has to go after the Fizz here. Has to attack with the Albus Pharaohs. Might as well attack with the Pharaoh's Financier too.
The Pharaoh's skill is at 4.
Money matters.
I'm not too familiar with Pharaohs. Does he count the double Jace spells or no?
He used to, but not anymore. And this is an elusive unit. We do actually have a line to kill it. Funnily enough, we can go after this, and I think we have to. It's gonna have to be Atro.
Atro Vengeance.
Yep, Atro Vengeance here. And actually, that puts us in a pretty good spot as Dr. Evander. With the second Pharaohs, that first one did 4 to the enemy Nexus. So now it'll be 6. We have 2 Pharaohs on the board.
What we're hoping for is just that they don't roll Telescope off of Face Sprout.
Yeah, that would be kind of a bad shout.
But my favorite part about the Telescope nerf to free mana was you could no longer Telescope into Farron and play Farron the same turn.
That is a good nerf, actually. Because that was quite a difference maker. And James, you cast or cursed it. They found the Telescope. You gotta recognize we have powers now, James. When we're up here on the desk, we can make things happen. Scholarly Climber is an excellent pickup here. That spell shield means that it's going to be very, very difficult for Dr. Evander to do anything. But thankfully, they can end the game on their next turn with the Jace. Luna going ahead and cycling this Pale Cascade as well. Just wants to see as many options as they can. Knows that this game is about to come to a close. Second Pharaohs comes down. Pokestick not going to do anything against this threat.
Pokestick, if we send it face, we have a chance to find another Pokestick and
True.
win.
Very true. Double Pokey could be the out. Oh my god, James, you did it! James! How do you feel?
That I'm sorry to the player I cast or cursed.
Oh, Luna's gonna be very, very happy about that when they come back and watch this VOD. I can't believe we've done it a lot tonight. We've done it a lot to the point where I'm wondering if maybe it is a bad juju thing. Maybe we just gotta stop calling top decks. Because we did it to Shotox, then we did it to Shotox's opponents in that game as well. Now we've done it to the Pokestick. We did it to the a Rite of Negation in another game as well, I'm pretty sure. It's
Even the Telescope right then and
Yeah,
there as
that's
well.
true. It's been pretty ongoing. But I think that one is maybe the last game in this round. We'll take one more peek down my friends list here, see if anybody else is still going. Kanan is done. Aikado is not playing tonight. He's in something else. Infinite Patrons. Is Patrons playing tonight?
I don't believe so.
No, it doesn't look like it. Maybe just
I
doing
got
some art
Ryan
like that.
F and Miles added after the last round,
Okay.
and it shows he's still in the game. Do you know who he's against?
But wait, it looks like Dr. Evander versus Luna might not be done.
Ah,
I thought it was done based on that clock, but it's not. So we'll get back into that one. I jumped into Luna's
I'm
side
pulling
this
up
time.
Lunari's
Okay,
side.
I'll flip. That's my bad. I just jumped into the first side that I had.
It's Pantheon versus Sentinels.
It is. This should be slightly Pantheon favored, I think. Sentinels is one of those decks that does really good at gatekeeping bad decks, but tends to fall a little bit short against good decks.
And what's surprising is Lunari is on the 1 Tarek and 2 Yumi.
Yeah, Tarek has been a mainstay, especially in these Mastering Runeterra tournaments. I wonder if it's a little bit of confirmation bias going on, or if it's actually just that good. Based on the players that have been bringing it, I'm inclined to say it is just that good. But here we see the Forge of Tomorrow come down and give Dr. Evander a blocker. Just decide to let this go. They're happy to trade the Broadwing for the Forge Worker. Shock Blast pickup is interesting, but not going to do you a whole lot of good here. Luna going to go ahead and put down a White Flame. Now, do you risk the Mystic Shot? You feel pretty good if it goes off, but then you're punished by the gem. So, pass comes out. Now it might become a bit more of a consideration. Getting them to blow an additional protection spell here can be a good thing. Sometimes these Pantheon decks can struggle with hands that are too minion heavy or too spell heavy. In this case, we can see that Lunari is just a little bit too spell heavy. Instead, opts to save their spell, wait for next turn, or potentially this block, and just takes 5. I think this is well played by Lunari. Very measured, very calculated. Knows that they only have limited spells and needs
and verse for Yuumi off the top.
Yeah, Yuumi is gonna be a potential threat
Choosing
here as well.
to go with Taric instead.
I like the Taric because it sets you up for a double rally next turn. But what I was saying, I was complimenting Luna on their ability to just take this nice and slow, save their protection spells. Here, Dr. Evander considering what do they want to do. If this gets locked in, do you commit the Sharp Sight as Luna? I think you do.
I think you do.
I think you do.
Because then you copy the Sharp Sight onto your Wounded White Flame. I know that Taric has had some bugs with like the Judgment and Unyielding since the playcast change. Is the Golden Aegis still the same as old Taric before the playcast change, or did that also change?
It is the same, except now you can beat Deny by being 5-head and using your Aegis first. If you Aegis before the attack, you will still have an Aegis even if it's denied, because it's the most recent spell that Taric has seen cast on him. Which is really funny, but almost never good. I don't think it's ever correct to do so. Maybe once in a complete blue moon. But, oh, chat. Oh, chat. You poor... Chat is seeing the double pokey stick lethal right now, and they're quite sad about it.
And chat's even bringing up James with a caster curse.
We did this, James. We did this. This is why Vandal should be removed, apparently. I don't know that I can agree with that assessment, but it is a funny moment. Unfortunate that we are cursing Dr. Evander with the stream once again.
And chat even bringing up a topic we discussed after, that's so many caster curses tonight.
Yeah, it is a lot of them. It's a lot of them for sure. It's definitely above normal per round. Normally we get maybe one or two a night. This has been consistent. But back to the game we do have at hand here. Luna smartly builds up a second unit in this Saga Seeker with the Yuumi. Good to spread your threats. Makes it a lot harder for Dr. Evander. But here, this looks like a pretty good opportunity to Shock Blast. Could even Runate. But it's going into your attack token, so I think you go for the Shock Blast here. When the attack token flips back, if there's an answer for this, you then have the option to Runate again.
Here I like the Wounded into Yuumi.
Mm-hmm. It's going to continue to advance the Pantheon level up. I don't think we saw another spell played this turn. We didn't. So this actually ended up working out slightly in Luna's favor, unfortunately, for Dr. Evander. But still, we'll see how he can navigate this position and what he can do from here. I like the Albus.
Depending on the Pantheon hits, we could even rally to flip him this turn.
Yeah, we could. Looks like the rally is going to come out.
They're doing.
And now we do have the attack if we want to take it. If the block comes out, we can Mystic Shot Vile Feast instead. Just going to go ahead and pass the action back by taking the barrier off right away. Pantheon now going to get a barrier of his own.
Could even potentially hit Spell Shield.
By my spear, the gods will
No spell shield. Does find fearsome, lifesteal, tough, and fury and impact.
Lifesteal is good for delaying until you find another Pantheon on, and you could potentially roll even better keywords.
speak.
Now we are going to see the block Mystic Shot come out. And this will spell the doom for this Pantheon. But Dr. Evander can't really attack here. Otherwise they risk... Oh. Decides to save the spider. And this is heads up. Say, I can take this damage. There's been no Zenith Blade yet. The odds of it coming off the top are 3 in 28. That's pretty good odds, actually. It's not the worst odds.
As long as no second Pantheon.
If it does come out, there's always the option to Runate. Something that you definitely have to be concerned for if you're Luna. Now, if you're Luna, what do you do in this spot? Looks like it's just developed the Brightsteel to start. Will we see the Aloof follow-up? Will we see Runation here? Both options are pretty good. Runation's a little bit scary. But the Aloof into Jace sets us up nicely for the following turn. We can go quick attack Jace and then have a double Shock Blast or an Acceleration Gate at this point. We have cast the 2 prerequisite 6+ cost spells.
Something we can bring up is we're almost into overtime, and Lunari could choose to take this a bit slower if they wanted.
Yep, they definitely could. Here, the Aloof is going to trade off into the 3-2. And now I imagine we'll see the Jace played out. Visible Jace played out. Well done by Dr. Evander to not make that slight misplay. It's a very minor thing at this point, but it can matter. Giving your opponent less information on your hand is kind of critical in these longer games.
And choosing to go with quick attack.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Vi picked up as well. I actually think that this might end up being a win. We just play Vi into Acceleration Gate. Double 1-drops, not what you want to see if you're Lunari. Unfortunately, it is going to be enough to block this out. We'll see if some of these keywords can make a difference for Dr. Evander.
Scout, Elusive, or Overwhelm are the ones you're looking for.
Yes, they are. And there's a scout. There's 2 scouts. Oh, man. James, you did it again, bro. We can pull the massive White Flame out of the way. Attack with the Albus Pharaohs. The block has to come out from the 1-2.
Together, stranger.
Yes, the Vi is going down, but it doesn't really matter because it softens up this White Flame so your other units can get through. Now we'll see the next 1-2 developed here just to protect their face, but with no board left, Luna is in a very bad position.
Something interesting I saw there was Vi only counted one of copied acceleration gates for getting the +1 attack.
Yeah, again, anything copied by a champion at this point in time doesn't count as played. It's not a played effect, and Vi reads plate when I see you play when... What does Vi read? Well, I'm in play or in hand. Grant me +1/+0 when you play another card. As it was not played, it was created by Jace. It doesn't count towards Vi. Here, we do see the Mystic Shot available. Luna found the Zenith Blade just a little bit too late. Mystic Shot comes out. And well played by Dr. Evander to secure a win in a very tough spot. Maybe got a little bit lucky finding the Vi there, but that's what it takes sometimes. Good players draw the cards they need when they need them. With that, I just want to give another shout out to our sponsors, Community Gaming. Thank them for coming out and partnering with us again on yet another tournament series. We wouldn't be able to host these and bring these to you guys without them. So super grateful to them for partnering up and supporting the lore scene. And we're going to cut to a quick break. We hope you'll stay with us and see you afterwards. Welcome back, everybody. It's your Wednesday night Mastering Runeterra Road to Seasonals Tournament broadcast. I'm your host, MonteXristo, joined by my pal, James. And James, we've got
Hello.
a really spicy matchup coming up, don't we? Do you want to tell the viewers about it?
Our next matchup coming up is Hydra Easy to Win, who we all know is a very strong competitor, against Grave Trail, another very strong competitor.
And Grave Trail, I believe, is on OTK, if I'm not mistaken. So this is...
Hydra and OTK have history.
Yes, they do. This is a very strong matchup coming out of Latin America. These two players are quite storied in the game. They've been around quite a while. I will get up the easy to win side. We'll see if we can get Grave Trail to activate spectate. James, if that does come through, just give me the heads up and I'll turn the second hand back on for our lovely viewers. But in the meantime, we have...
He just turned it on?
Amazing. How kind of him. We'll get that up for you guys in just a second. We do have MasteringRuneterra's up against Aphelios. Now, Aphelios is a deck that was a little coming up at the beginning of last patch. It was quite popular for a little bit there. And then it kind of fell off the face of the earth. People kind of decided that Aphelios was better put into other decks, and Fizz was also better put into other decks like Yordles and Arms. Now with the Yordles and Arms nerfs coming through and the meta shifting a little bit away from MasteringRuneterra, the deck has gotten some legs again. People are starting to experiment with it once more, and it's picked up a couple wins in this tournament series already. I'm a big fan of it myself. James, have you managed to mess around with it at all yet?
Personally, I've never been the biggest fan of Aphelios, but I can see this deck being strong as it uses Lantern, and I've tend to been on the thought process that Lantern and Face Form decks are very strong.
Yes, I definitely have to agree with you there, James. It is quite the powerful effect just to be able to go out super wide super quickly. And with this hand from Easy to Win and the Lantern available to Grave, he might be in a little bit of trouble. This could go south very, very quickly.
We might have to just pop our own Preservarium if they drop the Lantern.
Yeah, I honestly don't hate that play. Instead, we are going to see the Endless Devout picked up here and played right away. Gleaming Lantern comes out to match, and the open attack going to come through. I imagine no block comes out from the side of Grave Trail here. Yep, it looks like he agrees with me. Grandfather Fae, this is going to set up quite the big turn. We can go for the Owlcat into the attach unit, or we can just attach. Lots of options available here.
Looking like we're choosing to just go for the attach.
Now, attach units not affected by quicksand. I imagine the Owlcat is still played here.
Bask in the sunlight.
After we solve and tap out, yes.
Especially now, yeah. You took the words right out of my mouth there, James. And then the Fizz is also safe to get in with this Tiny Spear.
So shiny.
Looks like Grave...
Attach is something that's also very controversial. What are your thoughts on attach?
You know, I'm not sure on this one either, because on one hand, I understand why it works the way it does, but on the other hand, I gotta agree, it's a little bit frustrating that you can't get rid of the unit and that you can't remove the unit's buff from the base champion. So I don't know.
I'm slightly more on the side of I'd like a little more interaction with attach besides just obliterate.
Yeah, I think I'm also leaning that way. There should just be some other way to get rid of the card, I think, apart from obliterating or discarding it. Now, we do see this attack come out from Grave Trail, or from Easy to Win, and if you're Grave, okay, decides that he does want to go ahead and remove one of these blockers, or one of these chump block one of these attackers. Holy. Triple Pokey Stick, though, means that a full swing could be a potential lethal here. And
we could have even gone for the, since playcast was changed, Fizz level 1, if you put Pokey on the stack, you could have just swung and had the elusive win.
Yeah, I think we wanted to try and push some more damage here. But the open attack with the Pokey on the stack would have been great as well. Flame Spitter picked up, going to help us push a little bit more even after a Quicksand here. And this Waking Sands almost guarantees that we're only going to see the elusive units go in now. Oh, Calibrum played out instead. Things are still looking good for Grave, though. Even if the Quicksand does come out, Fizz gets blocked, but the Lantern can't, as we discussed, so that's 5 pushing through, plus the triple Pokey Stick that's lethal, but also the Flame Spitter.
And as was mentioned with attach interaction earlier, you can't quicksand the Lantern.
Can't do it just to prevent some damage, of course, but like we said, this is going to be game 1 going in the favor of Grave Trail here. I'll get our scoreboard back up again.
Civilizations always rise and fall.
Boom, scoreboard back. Players are getting into game 2. And we'll see what matchup we have in store for you guys now. Looks like it's going to be yet again MonteXristo versus Ziggs-Taliyah. This is something that we've seen quite a bit today. Ziggs-Taliyah is so popular in today's tournament. Super fun deck. I've been a big fan of it.
Ziggs-Taliyah might even be a common thing you see in Seasonal.
I think at this point, almost certainly. It has pretty good matchups into a lot of the stuff running around still. Doesn't really lose to everything under the sun. And it's something that people have been quite comfortable on because it's made it through to this patch without being touched, really. Now we'll see if Easy to Win can pull out the W in a matchup that is considered quite unfavor. We saw, who was it earlier? We saw Kanan come out ahead in this one earlier.
Yeah, against Black Boss after Black Boss destroyed the Sun Disk.
Yeah, definitely can be a game changer. No 2-drop to protect the Sun Disk from the side of Easy to Win, though. So that means that anything coming out of Grave Trail to destroy it will go through right away.
We could potentially have played for Preservarium or Unraveled, choosing to go with Unraveled instead of Preservarium for the draw to try to find it.
And Grave is on that full set of Desert Naturalists, so the odds that he picks up one to take out the Sun Disk are relatively high at this point. Plays his own Endless Devout into the Unraveled Earth. Big fan of this. Disincentivizes the trade-off. The landmark is definitely better for Ziggs-Taliyah than it is for MonteXristo. Both champions in hand already. The Rite of Culling not going to be super valuable for the side of Easy to Win. Still, we might see it played just to have access to more spells.
They should have built it better.
And there's the Desert Naturalist. Now, you guys might be wondering, why is he pausing like this? Why not just hit OK? There's nothing he can do about it. And the reason for that is Easy to Win wants to give off the impression that he's considering a Rite of Negation. Now, of course, we can see that he doesn't have it, but Grave Trail doesn't know that. When your opponent sits and considers like that for a long time, you have to give it at least some credence. You have to think, well, maybe it's there. Maybe he chose not to use it. Odds are, it's not there. But maybe he chose not to use it. And here we do see the trade of the Endless Devouts come out. We'll see what Easy to Win decides to start off this turn with. I think if I was gonna lead off, I'd probably just go Rockhopper into Azir, maybe. Maybe just play the Azir directly. It's not really at risk of dying.
Chooses to lead with open pass.
Yep, definitely a good option when your opponent has more mana than you. You can go ahead and say, hey, you spent some. I don't feel like it yet.
Grave Trail, potentially going for the Taliyah on the Devout Landmark line.
And looks like that is the line they're going to opt to take. Taliyah not quite leveled up yet. At 3 out of 5 now, though. We'll see how easy to win responds. Xerath at 3 out of 4, and Azir at 9 out of 13. Now, I think this has to be a round end, right? You don't actually want to attack here. Xerath's going to flip, take out the 2-1. Yeah.
The whole world shall tremble before thee.
Xerath flip comes out. Azir can go to 10, 11, 12, but not quite 13 this turn. Can go to 13 with... No, that won't quite do it either. Oh, you know how you can get to 13? You can play the Rockhopper and then Hourglass the Rockhopper. So that way on the next turn, you go to 13. Not that it really matters at this point, though, because you're not trying to advance the Sun Disk. It's been destroyed.
We're just looking for one of those huge tempo turns, like how Kanan beat Black Boss as the Mono-Shrima player.
It doesn't look like we're going to get there, though. This is going to allow Grave Trail to duplicate their Taliyah and then have a massive board on the following turn.
Would you look at this place?
If I stumble, I have the earth to catch me.
Or me, if you don't want
Taliyah comes down, just as predicted. Not really a lot of other options when you go for this line of the Hourglass Open. Now, will Easy to Win go for the Hourglass like we predicted? It's definitely possible. Definitely a consideration. Can also, of course, just play the Azir and let the Sarcophagus flip. I apparently don't have my brain on at all. Or, you know, just play the Treasure Seeker. Because counting is really hard. Okay, guys, it's hard. Taliyah attack comes through. I would imagine we see a block here, but maybe don't have to.
With lore, sometimes people do tend to forget like simple math because how spoiled we get by the eye being in the game.
The eye really does spoil us, right? Did a great thing putting that thing in the game.
And they even went further and like not only the eye, they've added those little diamonds now to end the cracks showing, oh, here's what's dying and what's living, and then those diamonds by the Nexus healths just showing the exact amount of damage you're taking. So sometimes you do get a little caught up in all that and forget simple math.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I'm a big fan of the UI changes. I think they are a little bit excessive with the swords and the shields for offense defense, but the damage numbers coming up next to the Nexus are quite good. I'm a huge fan of those. I think that even as a commentator, as a spectator, it makes parsing the game a lot easier, something that can be very, very difficult for people trying to get in. I've often heard people tell me that they don't really know what's going on and they can't follow anything. All these changes makes it a lot easier. Even the swords and shields, which people complain about a lot, I personally have had moments where I've been playing in long 5-6 hour play sessions, been casting for long play sessions, and you just forget whose attack it is. Yes, it's right there, but you're thinking about so many other things. What's my opponent going to do? What am I going to do? What is this going to happen? What is that going to happen? Oh, what if they do this and I respond with that? And you kind of lose it sometimes. I don't know about you, James, but I have accidentally passed giving up my attack token on more than one occasion.
So, playing back in the closed beta, the sword there was neither of those swords, like the tiny one or the one on the button. All you had to know who was attacking and defending was the giant sword and shield in the middle of your boards. I really like how they've progressed and changed the giant shield and swords from just being right in the center of the board to these little, smaller, less noticeable icons.
Yep, I have to agree with you there, James. And it also makes parsing combat a lot easier. Once this is locked in, the sword disappears, and now we still see who is attacking, who's defending. If you're just coming into a game and this is all you see, how do you know what's happening before these UI changes? I think anything that makes the game easier to view, easier to understand for new players is a good thing. That said, maybe there should be a toggle. Maybe that's something that could come in at some point. I know a lot of veteran players are bothered by this, claiming, "Oh, I don't need it." But is it really bothering you that much, guys? Is it really that big of a deal? Here we see the pokey stick come out to save a little bit of HP on this Taliyah. And Hourglass is going to come out in response, potentially. But this is looking quite doomed for easy to win. Taliyahs are going to get to attack on the following turn. The Arsenal can also come down, potentially. Lots and lots of options for Grave Trail to be able to close this one out. And not a whole lot that easy to win can do. The one Taliyah going to go down to the Zerath, though. Unless we play this one drop. Even then, one Taliyah is going down.
I think it's worth it. Like, the explosive minefield doesn't matter too much, and just keeping a Taliyah alive lets us live on just end the game with an open, filling the stack with 9 rocks.
I was going to say I don't think it's worth it because we're not getting the landmark out, and either way, one Taliyah is dying. But if this happens, then I do agree with the play. I think it's correct to override it. You do want at least 2 of these Taliyahs to be able to attack. And you're going to be able to guarantee that by playing out this Inventive Chemist. It looks like Grave Trail agrees. I'm going to go ahead and drop the Chemist.
A little further. Bingo.
Perseverarium pops. Stasis statue pops. Taliyah dies. Chemist dies. Rockhopper comes back. That's going to stop this development of the Arsenal. Unless we want to give up another Taliyah. Might be worth it. But of course we can see that easy to win does have multiple copies of Quicksand now.
However, in Arsenal, I'm saying that there's only been 5 landmarks, so it'll only hit 5 keywords. I don't think that's worth risking a Taliyah dying just to try to very RNG, like scout elusive spell shield to try to win.
Yeah, and even then, as we can see, the double Quicksand is going to put a stop to that plan if Grave Trail does decide to go for it. So I gotta agree, this open attack likely has to be the way. Still not going to be quite enough, I think, but will force a number of blocks. Grave Trail agrees. But after this, East 2 Winds looking like they might be able to recover.
Got a lizard and a shovel.
Chump block comes out. Chump block number 2 comes out. Going down to 7? Not quite. I can't count. Represent going down to 9.
Out of my way.
What a 5. 7. 5. 5. It's 5. Counting is hard, guys. 5 is relatively safe. Can be threatened by Ziggs if it's drawn, but no Ziggs. Means that there's no burn damage really available to Grave. we shall see who comes out ahead here.
You will not hinder my progress for long.
Quicksand comes out. This is going to guarantee that the Xerath is not at risk of dying whatsoever. And I think now if you're Grave Trail, you have to lead off with the Rock Hopper just to eat the Xerath beam. And then you got to go into Preservarium after that, I think. Having seen the one Quicksand put down, you're feeling a little bit safer for sure. And Soothsayer picked up from Easy to Win means that these champions are not going to be at risk of being obliterated or destroyed.
Choosing to Soothsayer before Azir is played.
Interesting. That's Ziggs.
I have risen, and with me, Shurima. My name will echo through the ages. Come.
Having found the Ziggs, Grave Trail could still win this.
Yeah. Ziggs is going to deal 2 damage on the attack just because we have a Roiling Sands down. And Azir is going to generate a Sand Soldier. Then all it takes is one more attack, really. Ooh.
Oh.
That's pretty good. Press OK here, cast the Roiling Sands. And that should just about do it.
Now we just have to wait.
This is the power of this Ziggs-Taliyah deck. It goes in for those big tempo swings with the Taliyah, duplicating champions, and then Ziggs comes down and just kind of locks out the game.
Still really well played from the MonteXristo side, surviving a couple turns of triple, double Taliyahs from the Hourglass Taliyah combos shows you just how strong the deck really is.
Yeah, it is such a powerful deck. It still almost managed to stabilize here. Still almost managed to come back. Fortunately, wasn't able to get there, but gave us a really close game. Well played by Easy to Win to keep themselves in a very unfavored matchup, even after their disc went down. And well played by Grave Trail to take us to a 2-0 there.
Even for a 2-0, that was still a very close and well played series.
It was definitely a phenomenal series to watch, and I'm glad we got it on screen for you guys. Now, let's see what else we can get on screen for our viewers, James. It looks like we do have a couple games still ongoing. I'm just going to go ahead and refresh our bracket to see who hasn't reported. And also scroll through my friends list here. Friend of Zoe still in game. Lunari is in game. Maddymon, are they playing? We haven't seen them on stream today. And I know they
Do we know Maddymon's opponent?
Calme Paz. Do you happen to have them?
I only have Maddymon.
That's okay. Let's see if we can get a double hand going. Who's Prodigy up against? Dr. Evander. Do you happen to have Dr. Evander?
Ah, yes. One moment.
Alright, I will take us into the Prodigy side of that then. We will see if we can get that on stream for you guys. And coming right up, looks like it's more Ziggs-Taliyah. Prodigy was telling me that he's a big fan of the list version of this deck. We were talking in my stream chat the other day. And he mentioned that he took the Ziggs-Taliyah Bilgewater list up to something like up to 500 LP, which is crazy if you ask me. But wasn't too familiar with this version, and they do play out a bit differently. For those of you who might be wondering, they're not quite the same deck. The Bilgewater version is a lot more combo oriented, wants to play for those big combo turns, whereas this version is a little bit more tempo oriented. And here we see that Ziggs is going to come down. We also see double Desert Naturalist. And
I'm just waiting on my side for Dr. Vander.
the stun landmark comes down, game rolls over, Ziggs kills, GG emotes come out, and that's it. It looks like the reason you might not have your side is because I jumped in right at that last round, and the game accelerated its way through for me. We'll see if there's another game in that series, but for the time being, welcome back to the desk. Hope you missed us. This has been quite the series so far. Quite the day of games.
It really has been.
All of these tournaments have been phenomenal for some excellent games, some excellent Legends of Runeterra to watch back. I hope we can continue to bring you guys some of the best Legends of Runeterra that there is, to be quite frank, across all shards, because we do have players from all shards competing. I don't know if we have any EU players today, but I know for a fact Kanan is from Asia Pacific. And I think we have had EU players in other days as well. I know there's OS players in Friend of Zoe, and I know that there's, of course, lots of Americas players from all over the Americas, both North and South and LATAM. So really, truly the best of the best coming out to play today.
We do know that there have been EU players in the past, since Salty Simon in a past MR tourney has made it to the finals.
That's true. Salty Simon did make it to the finals in the past.
But then he lost to Squeeby's 3 Yordles in Arms, plus the Faye Rally Yordle in Arms and Fizz Lulu Yordle in Arms deck.
Yes, that was quite the deck. Do you think we saw Yordles in Arms today already?
Yes.
Do you think it's still powerful, James?
I think it could still be quite strong. It's just people will need to take some time to refine a new version.
Okay. And we did also see today that people were playing out the one game we did see of it. Yordles in Arms was played without being quote unquote activated, and it still seemed like it did its job quite well. Of course, a bit weaker, but it didn't need to be that much stronger to actually get the job done.
Yeah, it was just, oh, I have these 2 free portals and a 4 free Fizz, and since I had the mana backup, you can't try to kill my Fizz.
I think, who's Friend of Zoe playing against? They're still in game. They're up against Tupac. I don't suppose you have Tupac. I have Tupac.
I do as well.
Okay. I'll get Tupac's side up on screen if you want to jump into Friend of Zoe's for us.
I'm putting Friend of Zoe's up.
Great. And it is yet again Ziggs-Taliyah. It's incredible how much of this deck we've seen today. Although, given we have been watching a lot of the same players. But from the side of Tupac, we have Feel the Rush featuring the new edition of It That Stares. And I'm assuming with the It That Stares, there's a Buried in Ice. Still, it looks like the It That Stares came down a little bit too soon for him. And Ziggs is just going to go ahead and nuke this game into the next one. If there even is one.
This round, we've been jumping into games right as they've been ending.
Yeah, that tends to happen towards the later rounds. We tend to pick, for whatever reason, longer games at the start, and then by the time we get into these later rounds and the later games, they're almost over. So I think that is going to be it from round 3. Let me just take one more peek through our friends list.
I also think the rounds are speeding up towards the later ones because just like us, the casters, the players are also feeling the fatigue from playing this long.
Yes. Also, people drop, so there's less people for us to have to look out for. Looks like Kanan versus Ryan is still going on if you want to get into Ryan's side. We'll see.
I can do that.
What is on screen for us here. And it looks like Ryan has brought Shenfiora, I think.
Ah.
And yep, it is Shenfiora into Monoshirima, and we do have a Sundisk having been popped. Kanan opted not to save the Azir there. Instead, likely gonna try and force some combat tricks out here. Nope, just gonna go ahead and play another one.
Here is a spicy card you don't see every day. Memory's Cloak.
I don't know how I feel about that card, to be honest. It's a bit sketchy to be including, but it makes sense in a Fiora deck, I guess.
Yeah.
How does that card read, James? Can you read that out for us?
Pick an ally being targeted by enemy fast spells, slow spells, or skills with only one target. Stop them.
Okay. So I'm assuming it stops everything on the stack after it? Or does it just... I've never seen this card played. Have you?
I haven't either. I'm not much of an Ionia gamer, but I do know that it was bugged at first where it didn't deny strike spells,
Yep.
but then a few patches ago that was fixed, so it does deny strike spells.
Yeah, that is true. This fully heals an ally, then that ally and an enemy strike each other, which means that the Ancient Hourglass will not prevent the heal, so there's no point in casting that there. Now, what will we see Kanan do in response? There is an option for the Xerath. Level 3 Xerath going to come down here. And Kanan really just has to stay alive through this, which is very, very doable with the Hourglass, with the Rite of the Arcane. And Ryan deciding what to do. He's going to go for a single combat by the looks of it. This will get punished by the Hourglass. But that's maybe not the... You could hit okay here. And then just go for the Rite of Arcane, which we can see will be punished by the Memory Cloak. So that interesting tech maybe going to pay off for Ryan here. Instead, Kanan opts to go for the Emperor's Guard. Keeps the option of Hourglass open to protect their units.
It's been so long since I've seen a level Chen, I need to see how much attack he gives again.
+3, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, and Ryan actually not going to kill the Emperor's Guard here. Wants to put both champions under threat. Maybe makes a read that there's no Hourglass because we didn't see it used on the previous Azir. And if you're Kanan, you probably hit okay here. Looks like he did. And this is going to get punished. Now, Xerath isn't going to quite end the game, but the open attack will. Ryan recognizes that, hits the FF, decides to go next. I'm going to assume that was the last game in that set. Might be wrong, so we'll give it a second.
Yeah.
But it really has been such a fantastic day of Legends of Runeterra. I'm super glad to be casting here alongside you, James.
Me too. Has been a great experience casting.
And actually, looks like we might get a top cut today too, buddy. As of right now, we currently have 4 people at 3-0. If I'm reading this correctly. Oh, wait. 5 people at 3-0. Because Kanan just won.
Kanan really showing how powerful Monoshrima can be.
Yeah, Cameron Hanzo, if you're watching, take some notes. Take some notes, buddy. Cameron's been saying that Monoshrima is a doo-doo deck, and that he's never going to play it again. Well, Kanan disagrees.
Kanan
showing
Kanan's
power.
Possibly even getting ready to win an Apex seasonal.
Yeah, would love to see Kanan take one home. I do think that was it for the round. So once again, just a huge shout out to Community Gaming and a huge shout out to chat for sticking with us. We are going to cut to a quick break, but we'll be right back. Hope to see you then. Welcome back, everybody. I'm MonteXristo, and you're watching MasteringRuneterra's Road to Seasonals Tournament Series. Tonight, I'm joined by my pal, James. James, how are you feeling after 3 rounds of casting? A little bit more tiring than you thought, eh?
Yes, very much so. It's a lot more draining than I was expecting at first, but still fun nonetheless.
Yes, it is definitely a good time. I'm very much enjoying casting alongside you, and I'm glad to have you here supporting me tonight, just as you support me in Twitch chat all the time. It's good to have somebody that I can rely on to be here and to show up and to take control while I'm dealing with all the little bits and pieces of production stuff. We do have round 4 underway. The bracket's been fired. We are just waiting for our chosen round or chosen matchup to begin. We have Hiko versus 2-Pack for you guys, and this is one of Hiko, I believe, is 3-0 still, and 2-Pack is 2-1. So this match, I believe, determines who gets into Top Cut. I think we're guaranteed a Top Cut at this point, if I understand how the math works out. So we'll see how it unfolds here. But while we're waiting for the players to get into game, I'm gonna go ahead and bring up the deck list in just a second here. One thing at a time, though. Pull it up. James, have you had a chance to take a peek at these players' decks?
Not too often.
That's all right.
But 2-Pac was the FTR player we saw lose to the Burst Ziggs earlier, right?
Yes. And Hiko was once again on that Fizz Lulu Yordles and Arms. We did see them play it out, unbuffed, unactivated, and managed to find a win there nonetheless. There's just to look through this list, it does have the one Yordle portal that I'm quite fond of. It has the Spirit portal, which is perhaps a new addition, but definitely something that people have tested in the past. Maybe it's a little bit more powerful now that Yordles and Arms is a little less so. And it's got the one Treasure Trash just to help find those surprise endgame wins. Also Scrap Heap, but maybe this list is going to struggle a little bit finding enough regions to actually activate that Yordles and Arms. Still, didn't seem to be a problem in the last game. Any commentary to add to this one, James?
Looks like your standard list, just a little more late game with like trash.
Mm-hmm. And then the next deck we see here is Draven Rumble Scion with 2 Draven's biggest fans to kind of create your 3 Dravens, quote unquote. I'm a big fan of this split. I think it's quite good. I think we saw it piloted to great success earlier in the day as well. Maybe a slight misplay for missing the Whirling Death, causing us to miss the lethal in that game and giving our round 1 opponent an extra turn. I think it was Shotox back then.
Yes.
But this is a well-constructed list. Looks pretty standard, apart from the Rumble, of course. And with Rumble, of course, we're going to add some mites. Still, I'm a big fan. I like to see the experimentation. I like to see the 3 champ splits. And then a pretty standard Pirates list with the double up, with the 1 Arachnoid Sentry and the 1 GP. And then from the other side, we have Darkness. Wow, Darkness. This is a deck we haven't seen in a while. We have Feel the Rush with 2 voices of the old ones. Not 1, but 2. That's a little uncommon.
No whale.
No whale. And we did see the It That Stares that was earlier, but we don't see a Buried in Ice that I thought would go hand in hand with it. And
no whale will really hurt against the aggro matchups.
Yeah, definitely will. And then to round out the lineup here, we do have Jace Sentinels. And this is a pretty standard list. No Elise, only 2 Vi, not making full use of the champion slots here. And looks like they are in game already, so I'm going to go ahead and pull that up on screen for all of our viewers. And I'll get our scoreboard back up as well. But we see Pirates from the side of Hiko into 2-Pac's Feel the Rush. And this is not necessarily the matchup you wanted to hit if you're Hiko.
But based on the list we did see, I'd expect Hiko to ban Darkness.
Yeah, that Darkness list had quite a bit of healing with the 2 Piercing Darkness, as well as the Vile Feasts and the box to be able to deal with these swarmy boards.
And even Ishtali is a problem, especially if you only have 1 Fervor and you try to Fervor deny for Ishtali healing if they hit stress off of Conch, then you better hope you're good enough to have both the Fervors on that turn.
Yeah, that's a line that I hadn't even considered. Just goes to show that James plays even more aggro than I do. Can definitely put you in a rough spot to have to deal with that. here we did see the Decimate cast last turn, and this Feel the Rush list is rather low on healing comparatively. It's got the 3 Blighted Ravines and only 2 Catalysts, and outside of that, just Vile Feast. No Piercing Darkness, no Withering Wails as you mentioned, James. No Tavern Keepers, which are sometimes played.
Ready? I've got us covered.
And the attack going to come through with just the 1/2s. This is going to push 2 damage. Slowly but surely, we're going to chip away. And now...
Seeing the 8-mana spell ripped, we can just dump burn here.
Yeah, I like going for the Decimate here as well. It's just going to be efficient mana usage. If they do have the Blighted Ravine... Oh, also going to go for the anime girl. Legion Saboteur. No.
It's Demolitionist.
Demolitionist, thank you. Yeah, and here, this opens up the way for the next Demolitionist as well. Of course, now you probably don't want to cast it, because it will be weak to whatever they decide to follow up with.
We could demo the demo, or even try for double fervor.
If anything, we're going to demo the second one too, right? Because that way we can open attack with 2 more 2/1s, and there's no whale to punish that. It is weak to exactly Vile Feast and Blighted Ravine, number 2. But the pass going to come out instead, and this is pretty reasonable as well. It might have been worth it to go for it if it leveled up the GP. Would have been at 4, could have been at 5 this turn. I think maybe it's the line we wanted to see.
It's definitely a line we should have considered, seeing as how she who was just dropped now.
And now we're going to go ahead and see the Noxian Fervor come out almost certainly. Oh, and the double Fervor. This is going to get punished by the Vile Feast. I don't really like the double Fervor here, to be honest. I think I would have liked to see the GP developed and then the Fervor off on the keg maybe, or off the GP. No matter what we do here, it's a bad spot to be in, I think. Now, of course, Tupac has the open attack with this She Who Wanders. Card is so powerful. Recently coming back into the ramp decks means that it's going to be quite difficult for any deck that wants to spam low-cost cards or low-attack cards like Pirates, like any other aggro deck.
So She Who Revert even hurts another SI Failure Control deck, and Nivea a lot.
Sad.
Because even after the buff to the 1 attack, it's still 4 attack on level.
Well, we can go to 1 here. It looks like that's what Hiko's going to opt to do. This is Death to the Ravine on the following turn. So open attack, not going to do a whole lot either. Can we find one more piece of burn to pop this GP before the attack? No, we can't. Gonna get completely blocked out. And it looks like Hiko encountered a position that they hadn't before and just kind of lost track of what they wanted to do. Lost sight of their game plan and just got overwhelmed by their opponent's board. Tupac.
And they couldn't punish FTR players just spend all my mana on the 8-mana spell turn hard enough. Yeah, it just wasn't a hard enough punish. Maybe not. Maybe leveling, going for the GP level into the open attack with the 2 Demolitionists would have put us in a better spot to be able to take that one home. But still, they could have even considered using Zap instead of the Decimate on the turn when they spent 8 mana just for more damage with units.
Definitely an option as well. And now, looks like it wasn't the Darkness that was banned out, but in fact the Jace Sentinels list. And I don't know about this ban either. While the Jace Sentinels list can be problematic, you can definitely aggro it down a lot easier than you can aggro down these Darkness lists. Although, of course, with the nerf having come out to the Twisted Catalyzer, fearsome units are now a lot more powerful into Darkness.
While it's true Sentinels is easier to aggro down than Darkness, Sentinels could also do the reverse and aggro you down faster because Pirates is not famously known for having a lot of fearsome blockers, especially for current lists that are cutting Butcher for Precious Pet.
Yeah, well said, James. And Tupac has all the answers for this open attack here. And it's just going to go ahead and buff the darkness up as well. Hiko maybe spinning their wheels in circles here. This is not looking good. I'm really not sure why we didn't develop. I think as the aggro deck with this hand, you want to be developing. Use the stun spider. Maybe we're a little bit scared of something like the box, but I think we have to put something in. And Greg in the chat was kind enough to let us know that it's nearly impossible to tell if we have a top cut or not, since all of our 3-0s are against 2-1s. So we'll see how things shake out after this round. This is a really tough spot to be in. And Tupac identifying that they can potentially go aggro here themselves and picks up an Electro Harpoon.
Once again, seeing the power of darkness even after the catalyzer nerf, how it can sometimes just beat you down as one of the few unit-based control decks.
I don't know about that trade either. We had a free block. Yes, it means that you can't get the Demolitionist off here, but I don't know. It's going to be tight. This top deck Decimate works out really nicely with our curve. But these attacks are not so hot. Still probably want to try and get in with the Fearsome unit if we can. We'll see if we're given the opportunity. And Tupac says nope. Just going to go ahead and kill it off with the Electro Harpoon.
Stun Spider buys us a turn by stunning Vishdali, but we need to find Decimate Fervor to close out the game, but even then, the Fervors, they have plenty of answers to deny Fervor, Box, Vengeance, even another Conch card.
And here comes a big darkness.
I might even consider Conch instead of Ishtali to threaten Box and all that. But choosing to just go for Ishtali instead.
Yeah, the Ishtali makes a lot of sense here, of course, because it does give you that lifesteal option. Of course, as you said, James, the Sentry comes down and just puts a stop to that. Hiko could maybe find their way in here. A Decimate off the top into... Oh, and that's not quite it. It had to be Decimate into... Decimate played, Zap draws the Fervor, of course, because there's only Fervors in this list. And then Tupac taps out below the Vengeance. Here we're not even going to see the Fervor committed.
I like saving the Fervor because it buys us an extra turn for Decimate because we get to deny Ishtali again.
Yeah, that's true. That is very true.
Senna... Oh, not going for the Senna?
Doesn't really need to in this position, right? There's only the one Arachnoid Sentry, so I'm not sure they're scared of that, but does want to keep mana up for this option. Of course, Senna could have been played here anyways, but still. Good to hold some mana up, threaten some things.
I like Senna slightly more because we get 2 Darknesses, and that's less mana than the 1 Vengeance, and double Darkness would beat if they top decked a second Fervor.
That is very true, James. I think Tupac probably just feels that they're in a commanding enough position here that they didn't need to go for it, but I think you're right. I think it was probably just the objectively correct line. MF found just a little bit too late. Not going to do a whole lot. And Hiko says, yep, that's going to be it for me. Quick 2-0 by Tupac. We'll see if we can jump into another game for you guys here.
On to the next one.
Should be plenty of options still. That was a fast one. Okay.
Who is Grave Trail facing again?
Kanan. I do have Kanan, so we can get into that one.
Yeah, I have Grave Trail as well.
And Mono into Aphelios. We've seen this matchup a couple times this past week, and it looks pretty good for Aphelios, all things considered. You can swarm out a lot faster than Mono can deal with. Stress defense picked up there. Probably not the best option, but not the worst either. Now, Grave has quite a few options. Looks like he's going to go for the Aphelios setup. What Fae units are we looking at here, James?
We are looking at Blast Cones, Evelyn, Mushroom Ring, and Pix.
Interesting
They
options.
went for Pix.
Would you have done the same?
I consider Blast Cone. It's either a really great blocker with a barrier, or just a little more sustain with impact.
Yeah, I can see that for sure. I like the picks personally. I think it lets you buff up this Fizz. I think it lets you take out this Roiling Sands, which Grave opted to play into anyways. Still perfectly fine. Doesn't have to be too concerned because they did pick up that stress defense earlier. They also have this healing available. And of course the Pokey Stick to deal with any X1 unit that tries to pull the Aphelios. Now, doesn't have to worry about the Quicksand as Kanan tapped out. So maybe we'll see the picks played. And do we cast the Crescendum as well? Just going to hold the Pokey Stick here.
Yeah, we're just holding Pokey Stick to potentially protect the picks if we want it for another swing, even though it has vulnerable and will most likely die anyway.
Yeah, just debating how they want to shove the damage here. I kind of like the full swing with the picks buffing the Aphelios.
Has Kanan won every game they've been on stream with Mono Shurima?
I believe so.
Can he continue the undefeated streak?
Most likely. Kanan's kind of cracked, TBH. Man is really good. He was winning tournaments. The last time we did him, what tournament was it? I think it was a Runeterra Life tournament. He was literally on his patrol service because he's from Singapore. And they have mandatory military service. He was telling us he was on his patrol service. And he was playing off his phone on patrol. And he was like trying to dodge the sergeants and stuff. And he won that tournament while doing so. So kind of cracked. Kind of cracked. Takes quite the gamer to be able to pull that one off.
It really does, especially while dodging sergeants who tend to be much more alert and strict.
And here we are going to see the sarcophagus pop by the Rite of Arcane. Going to take out the Aphelios. Nothing to be done here from the side of Grave Trail, but some healing secured before that does happen.
We could use our stress defense to keep Aphelios alive, since we see they're tapped out and they used their attack already.
That's true. That is true. I start to miss things at this point of the stream. Thank you for catching that, James. And looks like Pale Cascade actually going to be the option. I wonder what we were looking for.
Unlimited power, mine to control.
I'm having a hard time rationalizing that one. I'm sure Grave has a plan, but I don't know what it is. I'm not 5-head enough to see it.
The Pale Cascade on Fizz was just so he didn't die to level 1 Zeref ping.
Ah, that would do it. That is exactly what happened there. Again, James, you are crushing it today. Yeah, you don't want your Fizz to go down probably needs access to Fizz Rally here to be able to win this game with the current hand. So I like the play a lot once you point out why. We'll see what he decides to open with here, and it looks like it's going to be the Severum, just to give Fizz elusive this turn and maybe potentially protect him from a quicksand. Still, we can see that it probably won't be enough. Now, action passed back. And will Kanan go for the attack on... Will go for the quicksand block? I think so. Maybe. It's hard to say. You do want to be picking up an Azir here, so that way you can level up your Sun Disc, flip it, and get the Emperor's Desk and whatnot. And your odds are good. But you also don't really want to take this damage, and taking a Fizz off the board is usually a pretty good thing. Here we will see the quicksand come out, and now the stress defense from the side of Grave to protect the Fizz identifies that, yeah, I really want the second Fizz available to me this turn, or this game. I need to be able to Fizz Rally if I ever want a chance at winning this. And I like it. I think it's a good line.
We may even drop the Fae in hand this after that Unraveled Earth. We're probably not dropping the Fae anymore.
It was a consideration, though. I gotta agree with you. And Kanan, proving himself to be a gamer, doesn't even need the Golden Ambassadors. Finds the Azir off the top. It's not quite leveled, but it's pretty much there.
Just one more landmark or ally.
And, of course, we do see that there's plenty of playable cards on his side. Grave gonna go ahead and cast the Darkness that he got for free.
I like the Ambassador for an extra champ while the disc draws us 2 next turn.
I think I like the Preservarium personally because it keeps the Hourglass option open. I don't know what you're really worried about, but I like keeping Hourglass up. Ambassador, definitely a consideration as well. But the disc goes to 1. And now, all we gotta do is pass. Conchal just comes down. This is going to eat his Arath Ping. And, oh, wow. That's the pickup you're looking for if you're Grave Trail. That's insane. Finds the landmark destruction right before the disc is about to pop. The nerfs coming in through hot. Path of Destruction comes down. And if you're Kanan, you got to be mauling a little bit. I would be a little upset if this happened to me.
But it's looking like MonteXristo, even after this insane play, can still pull through.
Yeah, I think so. With Fizz now down, Grave Trail's hand is looking quite dead. I don't know if we've had enough attacks come through and connect with the Nexus to even activate something like the Furious Feyfolk to be a potential win condition. That's something that you can go after in this list with the Face Sprouts. It can be quite powerful. Aphelios we've seen go down as well. It's going to be very hard for Grave to play any of these units now.
MonteXristo, looking like when piloted to the best of its ability by some of the best players, really doesn't have bad matchups.
Might be a little bit of a stretch. Pirates is a pretty bad one, especially after the nerfs. Now you have more than enough time to like kill them. There's a number of aggro decks that go after it, and we've seen Ziggs-Taliyah do some nasty stuff today. But then again, we did see Kanan pilot his way to a victory in that unfavored matchup as well, given his opponent did not find a single Taliyah that game, which can be quite punishing and quite difficult to deal with. But still, now Grave has the option of going Fizz. Actually, this is looking okay for Grave Trail. Kanan doesn't have a quicksand to deal with the Fizz, and it won't be able to deal with a quicksand won't be able to deal with the Rainbow Fish either. Second Xerath picked up off that Ambassador, though, and that might make the difference here.
Oh boy, here I go.
Now, you
We
right of
just
Arcane, right?
yes, our Persevarium onto the Dark Bulb,
Mm-hmm.
and then Fizz is just gone.
Yep. Of course, we still have to deal with a Rainbow Fish at that point. But
We
that's
have a
pretty easy.
proactive hourglass.
Yes, we do. Yeah, spoke maybe a little bit too soon because Kanan appears to still be in complete control of this game.
Even with like aggro, it's like not many people do bring the crazier triple aggro lineups to seasonals too often, but you do still have to be wary of it because there are those people who do bring triple aggro to seasonals. So maybe you tech your mono streamer with like one devoted council so you're not completely folding to triple aggro lineups.
Yes, and like you said, I don't think triple aggro lineups are too popular right now. I couldn't even put together a triple aggro lineup in the current metagame if I tried to. At best, it would be Scion, Pirates, Ziggs-Taliyah, maybe, and it'd have to be Burn Scion.
Potentially Scion, Pirates, Spiders.
I have lost my faith in Spiders. I've really lost my faith in Spiders. I no longer believe in that as a proper deck. But it is an option. It is an option. It's always an option. Maybe Nightfall. I know Duckling was having some success with Nightfall. I don't think the cast play changes affected that deck at all, but there's a potential for it to be strong. The Nocturne buffs could do something. I've seen some people, yourself included, experimenting with slower Nightfall builds. I know we're talking about aggro lineups, but
How aggressive is like Rico Rex style Overwhelm decks? Is it aggro enough to deal with Mono Shrima?
maybe? I don't know. I haven't tried those decks in a little while, to be honest.
Loyalty belongs to you.
A true leader does not hesitate.
Papercraft might be what Grave Trail needs on the Rainbow Fish if he can survive this turn.
Your emperor commands.
Looks like he will be able to survive. But is the Rainbow Fish Papercraft Dragon combo enough?
It's exactly enough with a double attack. Unless Kanan top decks another Quicksand. Oh wait, Quicksand will work because Rainbow Fish will be played first, unless Grave Trail sees that line and plays Papercraft first and then Rainbow Fish, so Elusive doesn't disappear.
Yep, that is definitely the way it has to be.
Go get the shiny Dublin.
And here we see just the board being filled up by Kanan once again. I imagine we'll also see the Preservarium played out, the Ancient Preparations played out to help us look for that, quicksand. Yep, thank you, James. Took me a second, but I got there.
And Kanan found it.
Of course he did. Kanan's a gamer.
But Grave Trail's playing around this with a Papercraft first and then Rainbow Fish.
And the Rainbow... What? Sorry, James, I had to look away for a second. Which unit came down first?
Papercraft Dragon, so the elusive stain since Rainbow Fish is attached.
Yeah, but that's... Oh, second Rainbow Fish now found.
That might be enough.
5 plus...
Oh.
Not quite. Not quite enough. we're a little bit short here because it is going to lose the double attack, and there's no more mana to dig for more spells. I think this one is going to go to the side of Kanan. Truly a gamer. And honestly, you just go -4 on the quicksand, right? Yep. -4, hit the Papercraft Dragon. And you're no longer spooked. 6 damage coming through. Not the end of the world for you. Can even Hourglass here if you're Kanan to take out... Yeah, I like this. This takes out 2 units. It presents another lethal option in this 3/1 Treasure Seeker. And Grave Trail knows. GG comes out.
The order is given. It is time.
Guiding Touch digs. Main deck Stress Defense, not going to do enough. Wall Up, still not going to do enough here. Grave Trail, just going to go ahead and hit the OK.
And Kanan continues his undefeated on-stream streak with Monoshima.
Insane. I honestly thought that one was going to end up a little different. But things change rather quickly in this game sometimes. We'll see if there's another game in that series. But it looks like that might have been the end. We'll just give it a moment here. And while I'm waiting to confirm that, I'm going to take a peek at the bracket and see if there's some others ongoing that we can jump into. Round 4. Looks like that was the end, but perhaps Friend of Zoe versus Prodigy is still ongoing?
Let me check if I have Prodigy. I know I have Friend of Zoe.
I have Prodigy, so I can get into that side. If you want to grab Friend of Zoe's.
I'm grabbing Friend of Zoe's side.
Excellent. Thank you so much, James.
Anytime.
Looks like it's coming in right now. So we'll jump into the game for you guys. And we have Shrima Viego up against Ziggs-Taliyah.
And a flipped Viego at that.
Yes, a flipped Viego indeed. And this is not quite game, but basically game. Landmark can be duplicated.
Top deck Rite of Negation is what Friend of Zoe would have needed.
Not even that would do it, right? Because we have a Rite of Negation of our own from the side of Prodigy here.
We have enough for actual and Rite of Negation, so that is true. Just Rite wouldn't have saved Friend of Zoe.
And the FF comes out. The Arsenal didn't roll the keywords that we needed.
Without her, there is only darkness.
Well, I know not every professional sport or esport for that matter is a fan of FFing during games. That's something I do appreciate a bit about lore tourneys, is that we're given the freedom to surrender should we choose.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of it as well. I think that it's quite nice that we're not forced into sticking around to play something that is literally unwinnable. Because of course we can recognize when games are not winnable.
Like, say example, when Watcher deleted your deck, most control decks against it.
And it looks like that was the last game in that series as well. So let me just take a peek down my friends list and see if there's anything else that we can catch. And it looks like Black Boss is spectating. Easy 2 Win's playing though. I wonder if this is... Oh, it looks like Easy dropped, so that's not necessarily a tournament game. Maddymon versus Ryan. Is that still going?
Ryan's in a norms from my side, so no.
No. Oh wait, maybe Easy 2 Win isn't dropped. He's up against Dicky Mouse, but I don't think either of us has that player. So we can just get one hand to round out the last round. And it's yet another Mono Shurima game. This time both players have flipped the Sun Disc. This is not something you see every day either.
You die for glory.
It's a play effect, not a summon effect, so that's not going to quite do it for Dicky Mouse there. Does have a very full hand, though. I'm wondering, why would you not start the turn with this? Oh, it rallies.
Yes, the Ascendant's call rallies is what something a lot of people don't know, because Mono Shurima wasn't a played deck, and in this meta, a lot of the time when you reach Vampir's deck, you don't necessarily reach the bottom. You win before you hit the bottom of the deck.
Oh yeah, he's decked out. Wow, what a game we tuned into. Oh no, but the Sandstorm is gonna do it. Block can come out here. And then the Emperor's Guard is just gonna allow Easy to Win to overwhelm this board. Oh, didn't opt to play that one. But yeah, the opponent ran out of cards as well, so that'll do it. And that'll be it for our round 4. James, how do you feel? That's it for now. We may or may not have a top cut. We're waiting on Greg to get back to us with that information, but that's it. You technically completed your first cast. How do you feel after that, James?
I feel a lot better than I started going into this. A wonderful experience and really wonderful casting with you, Monty.
I'm glad that you enjoyed it, my friend. I know you've been wanting to dip your toes in for a little while. We talked about it a bit in the past. But I'm glad that we finally found an opportunity for you to jump in and take a dive into the deep end, and I'm glad you enjoyed it. I had a pleasure casting alongside you as well. I think you did a phenomenal job. You picked up my slack in a lot of places, and I'm very grateful to you for doing such a great job. Now, refreshing the bracket to hopefully be able to see if we have a top cut or not, and it looks like we might have a top cut. Maybe. I don't know. Kanan went 4-0. Looks like Friend of Zoe, Prodigy both went 3-0. But that game... Oh, is that still ongoing? Did we troll by getting out of that?
We potentially did.
No, Prodigy's out of game. So maybe just somebody failed to report. I imagine that'll get tracked down by our lovely TO Greg. And that'll be that. While we're waiting to figure out whether or not we have a top cut, I do just want to give one more shout out to our lovely sponsors, communitygaming.io. They are a wonderful site who have partnered up with MasteringRuneterra to support the scene through both past and present tournaments, as well as hopefully future. Hopefully we'll continue to partner up with them. They have been so great to us, going as far as to add Swiss functionality to their website purely because we asked. It's really not every day that you find a sponsor so accommodating and so wonderful. So we're truly grateful to them for coming out and supporting the Legends of Runeterra scene. We wouldn't be able to put these on without them. That said, if you guys are interested in participating in these yourselves, you can sign up for the Mastering Runeterra Patreon or the premium subscription on the website to be able to participate for the low cost of a basic subscription. I believe it's $7, $7.99 maybe. It's not super expensive, and it does give you access to all kinds of other perks like premium articles, like access to the private Discord section, like access to the team calls, which you can hop into and participate in to get to learn from the best, from players like Card Gamer, like Jason Florent, like Majin Bey, like Aikado, like Henneke. These great tournament players who really come out and give it their all, and they really do a great job of showcasing how to improve and showcase and helping you think through lines, learn through some new decks, all sorts of stuff in these team calls. So if you guys are interested, feel free to hop on over to either the website or their Patreon and sign up there. and we would love to see you come out and participate in some of these tournaments with us. Whew, boy, it's been a long day of casting.
It really has.
I am excited to see if we're going to get a top cut or not. I'm very curious. It looks like we did have 2 people undefeated, so I think that means we're going to get a top cut. I will go ahead and PM Greg just to be sure. All right. I think I'm going to cut us to a little bit of a break. We will be back with a top cut or without. We'll say our goodbyes, don't worry. But I do need to take a step away, refill my water. I'm sure James would like to get up and stretch his legs as well. So we'll be right back. Thank you guys for sticking with us. We hope to see you after the break.
See
Welcome back, everybody. And it looks like we did, in fact, get a top cut. And we have Dr. Evander versus Prodigy, or Kanan versus Friend of Zoe. James, do you have a preference in this matchup?
I'd like to see if Kanan can continue for undefeated streak on MonteXristo while being on stream.
Sure, we can definitely do that. While we're waiting, I'll go ahead and pull the bracket up for everybody to look at. And I'll go ahead and fix up our scoreboard. Oh, why do I hear... Did the stream? Really? This is muted. Why does it do that? Lovely sponsors. We're so happy to have them sponsoring the scene. They're really doing the most. Looks like... Am I blind? Did Kanan...
Kanan versus Friend of Zoe, right?
Yes. I'll get Kanan's side.
We're waiting on them to get in game?
Yes, I believe so. I think that's what's going on. Yep, that is indeed what's going on. And for those of you who are just tuning in, we have seen Kanan not drop a single Sundisk game on stream. And we'll go ahead and just pull up their lineups here as well. There we go. Using the search function makes things a lot easier. Apparently I'm having trouble clicking though. And Kanan is on the Sundisk lineup that we've seen so very much of already. This is a pretty standard list. 2 Golden Ambassadors, 2 Rite of Callings. 1 Sundisk, of course. Don't need to play more than that. Soothsayer's in there just to protect the win condition. We did see that come up quite big in at least one game tonight. Then we have a Yuumi Pantheon list. No Aegis. Chain Vest instead. This is a little bit spicy in my opinion. Blinded Mystic, pretty good in the mirrors. Concerted Strike, also pretty good in the mirrors. And Bastion, gonna just go ahead and protect your units.
Something to note though is there's 3x Cataclysm, and sometimes you do get a Just Rally because your Pantheon hits Scout, and if a Cataclysm connects, then you do get your rally still.
Yes, yeah. Cataclysm is... And with these bigger units, and the fact that they all have Overwhelm, Cataclysm is effectively a rally. So it's not a huge deal to not be playing that Aegis, especially if we're not on Taric. And then the final deck here is Ziggs-Taliyah, which we've seen so very much of. Definitely a contender for one of the best decks in the format. And it looks like the players have gotten into game, but are just going through their ban phase. So I will quickly bring up Friend of Zoe's lineup for us to take a peek at while that's going on. And then I'll pop us back over in a second here. Friend of Zoe is on Ziggs-Taliyah themselves. This is a little bit more of an aggressive list with the Herald of Magus, with the Unleashed Energy. And also MonteXristo. This is a bit of a more traditional list, a little bit tech for the mirror perhaps with the Desert Naturalist. No Rite of Callings. This is something that people have kind of moved away from. Triple Gold Ambassador people just felt was a little bit too slow. Rite of Calling allowing you to play the champion on the unit on the turn it's drawn is quite powerful and quite effective at ensuring your disc does flip. And 2 Rite of Arcanes, perhaps a little bit of an interesting tech there as well. And then Mono Viego, featuring a Piercing Darkness and some Rekindlers. This is a list, to be sure. This is a very powerful list at the end of the day. It's done a lot of great things, and we've seen it pop off once or twice already today as well. James, do you have any commentary to add to this?
The spiciest list, the Viego one, it looks really solid. Like, you have your early games to not lose to aggro, and then your late game to be the late game threat that your deck is meant to be. So no comments besides that, really.
Well, those were very insightful comments nonetheless. And it looks like for the first time today, we're going to get a Ziggs-Taliyah mirror matchup. I don't think we've seen this actually happen yet, have we?
I can't fully remember. We might have.
I think not, though. It's definitely a possibility with the amount of Ziggs-Taliyah we've seen, but I'm pretty sure it hasn't happened quite yet. Inventive Chemist on 1, pretty good for Kanan, but Friend of Zoe going to be able to match with their Ancient Preparations here. Did we see what was picked, James?
I did not.
That's okay. We can find out what the top deck is in just a second here.
Taliyah.
And yeah, I imagine if Taliyah showed up in the prediction, that's what came out. Pokestick, another good pickup off of this Preservarium. And Kanan setting themselves up for this early aggression with the 2-1 and the 3-1.
I got an idea.
Now, Friend of Zoe, I would imagine, is just going to Pokestick to save HP. Looks like that is, in fact, what's going on here. And Ancient Prep can be played by Kanan to try and find us another landmark to play out next turn. Instead, just going to be the Ziggs. Ziggs at 2 out of 4 when this clock rolls over. Match from the side of Friend of Zoe. Rite of Negation, a pretty good pickup. Kanan, I guess, decided to go for the Ancient Prep this turn just to guarantee that something is available for this Taliyah. Now, do you pick up the Quicksand? Do you pick up the Absolver? Desert Naturalist isn't a bad option either. And, of course, there's always the option of just taking this damage and going for a proactive Hourglass next turn. Looks like Kanan might just go for that. And it can be mirrored by Friend of Zoe as well. It was indeed the Absolver picked up there, and here we see the Ziggs attack come out from Friend of Zoe. No attempt at an Hourglass block. We'll see what they opt to do instead. I think their turn has to always be Hourglass here, so I'm a little bit surprised not to see them go for it. Taliyah just going to come out and duplicate the Ancient preparations instead. And now, Friend of Zoe setting themselves up nicely. The Ziggs is going to flip. Kanan doesn't have the mana for the Rite of Negation. Maybe a slight misstep. Might end up punishing him.
Come on, there's so much to see.
And now, even dirtier, Kanan can put 5 champions on the board. Doesn't quite have the Friend of Zoe can potentially put 5 champions on the board. It's not something I've ever seen before, James, but you might have with all the Anivia you've played.
Yes. Even then, heroines wouldn't always give you the Niveas until the 1 attack buff. A lot of the time you get like a Rekindler or 2 muddling up the Niveas.
Mm-hmm. Now, Friend of Zoe, of course, doesn't quite have the mana for it just yet, but can go ahead and play this Inventive Chemist they picked up off the top. And actually, it's going to present quite a bit of damage because they have the Unleashed Energy as well. This looks rather good for them. This Unleashed Energy is essentially a 3-mana Decimate plus. Going to go ahead and deal 5 damage the moment it's cast. If it is cast, Friend of Zoe might just opt to hold up their own Rite of Negation, which they do have in hand. We'll see what they decide to do. Can't go to 14. Can't even go to 16. Or can't go to 4, rather. This is still lethal. Has to block. 8, a little bit safer, but still kind of dangerous.
Going to 6. Oh.
Interesting.
Kanan looking to try to burn with Ziggs to try to answer back and win.
This might also be a bait for the Rite of Negation, so that way Kanan can answer with their own. We'll see if Friend of Zoe falls for it. The stack isn't quite filled up yet. 2, 4, 6, 8. It would fill up exactly with both rights.
I wouldn't want to be in yours
And?
either.
Oh no. This is going to threaten lethal, but the Rite of Negation can come out now. Save Kanan a good bit of HP. Has to be committed.
choose. Friend of Zoe could use their own hourglass on a Ziggs, or does Ziggs work with Ziggs skill if you put him in the hourglass, or is it better to Taliyah?
It does work with the Ziggs, so can be an option here. Actually going to go for this one instead. This is...
I like Chemist. It keeps the buffs, gives us another landmark.
Yep. Minefield a potential option, but just going to go ahead and open attack instead. Now, depending on how these blocks come out, we will have to see something committed from the side of Kanan. And then the Rite of Negation from Friend of Zoe might put the final nail in the coffin for this matchup.
And we have Quicksand for the Solver Overwhelm.
True, we do. This is not looking good for Kanan. I don't think Kanan actually has a way out of this. Can just go -4 onto the Taliyah. Oh, actually decided to go for -2/-2 instead, and Kanan, recognizing that they have no way out, just hits the FF. Saves time on the clock. I'm sure it's quite late, probably quite early in Singapore. We'll see if they can navigate their way to a victory in this next game.
Kanan choosing to stick with Ziggs-Taliyah.
Yeah, this makes sense, given that we do see the Mono Shurima mirror potentially coming out. Ziggs-Taliyah is, on paper, favored in this matchup, so give yourself the best odds to come out ahead here. I like what we're seeing from Kanan.
And then, if by chance Kanan doesn't win this, he keeps his undefeated Mono Shurima. But if he wins this, then wins with Mono Shurima, he keeps undefeated Mono Shurima.
True. Now, these options are okay. You're not super happy to see them, but you're not unhappy either. Hourglass plus Ziggs can come up huge in this matchup. Rockhopper is good for the curve. Inventive Chemist, probably not what you want. Skip, also potentially an option. I think that might have been a skip. If it was, I'm not really sure what we're looking for, but actually it was the Hourglass picked up, and in this case, it's something we're super happy to see.
Worries fall from us like water. Trust me, I know what I'm doing.
Ziggs comes down. Second Ziggs picked up.
Would you look at this place?
And the Soothsayer was found from the side of Friend of Zoe to deny this Desert Naturalist. We'll see how Kanan decides to play this now. Looks like it's going to be Preservarium. Second Naturalist found, so we can still go after the Sun Disc. I don't know that it's a worth it tempo play, though. Might just have to try and kill them first. Now, what do we do? Do we ever cast... I guess not. I was going to say if we ever... Do we ever cast the Roiling Sands here? But looks like we're just going to keep mana up.
And Kanan being the one who beat Ziggs-Taliyah after his Sun Disc was destroyed earlier today knows very well how Sun Disc can just do that. So maybe he goes for Rock Bears on his own landmarks for more tempo to try to win that way instead of destroying that disc and losing so much tempo.
Yeah, losing tempo against this mid-range deck isn't something you really want to be doing. Looks like we are just going to get the Preservarium double up. We can still play a second Ziggs with this Hourglass if we so choose. Just going to have to wait a turn to do so. And now the Roiling Sands comes out. This levels up the Taliyah and lets her attack.
This means so little when family means so much. Like threading a needle, throw another rock.
Friend of Zoe just slamming the Rite of Arcane for the Ziggs kill.
Yeah, definitely something we'd like to see here if we're
And
Friend of Zoe.
setting up to pop both the Roiling Sands with the Clockwork coming out as well, so Xerath's safe from being vulnerable. Xerath on Friend of Zoe's side, 1 landmark off from leveling, and Azir 2 units or landmarks off from leveling.
This has gotten to the point where either player could come out ahead, but it's looking pretty favored for Friend of Zoe from this section. We do have stuff like Quicksand and the double Desert Naturalist, but we talked about how much of an anti-tempo play that is and how detrimental that can be to this long-term game plan. No mana for Taliyah plus Hourglass this turn can also be quite scary. And I imagine we'll see a Minefield come out here. Looks like Kanan agreed. Now, 7 damage being represented here. Azir level up happens. Xerath not quite leveled. Can't happen this turn either.
If we see Kanan tap out of Deny, we could potentially go for the Hourglass line, and then we have flipped Xerath when we play him next turn.
True. Could also just play the Xerath down here. I'm not sure. I'm not much of a Mono Shurima player myself.
Chooses the Golden Ambassador.
And draws himself into an Azir number 2.
Friend of Zoe potentially just slamming the Ambassador to thin the deck for better odds of finding a Rite of Negation or Quicksand.
Could very well be the play. Now, for the next turn, if you're Kanan, what are you doing here? There's a lot of options. Now you do have the mana to duplicate your champions with Taliyah and Hourglass. You can go Desert Naturalist into a second Minefield. Looks like that's going to be the choice. Fortunately, don't have mana for the Absolver, but we'll see if these landmark tempo plays can keep Kanan in it long enough to pull out ahead. Rite of the Arcane picked up off the top. This is going to be able to threaten the Taliyah if Friend of Zoe so chooses. Yep, looks like they do choose indeed. The Rite of the Arcane comes out. Taliyah can be protected by the Hourglass, but is that something we really care about at this point? Maybe. Could also just let it go through, slam down another stun. There's a couple options here. I'm not sure what's best. I think I like the Hourglass. Looks like Kanan disagrees with me. Now, I imagine we'll see a Ziggs swing come out. Now it'll be a full swing. What pulls the 2/2 is the question. Do we just bring it to the Ziggs?
That looks like the line that would save us the most health on our units potentially. But 3-1 also means the 1-4 doesn't get a favorable trade.
That is true. Looks like Kanan is deciding to go for the 2/4. This pushes the most amount of damage and forces the Azir into an uncomfortable block. Now, do we kill the Azir? Probably not. I think we just hit okay here. Maybe we go after the Azir. It's a really awkward spot. Taking Friend of Zoe down to 11. If we take them down to 10, things look a little bit better for us. We'll see if Kanan decides to go after the Azir. I think you probably just hit okay. You kind of want to save that Absolver for your next turn if you can. Looks like Kanan once again agrees with me here. Now we'll probably see the Preservarium played out, just to continue to be able to threaten things. And here's that Hourglass play. Kanan may be wondering if they should be Hourglassing in response, but no reason to. Probably just taking this time to think out their future lines. Xerath comes down. And flips, of course. Sundis pops. This is going to take out some blockers. Kanan might be in trouble. Math is for the blocker. And in this case, actually...
With Shimmering Mirage, it could just be an open lethal.
This is going to go ahead and stun the Xerath. I think this is better. I think this has to be better. And this leaves up mana for Ancient Hourglass Taliyah, which is a lethal on the open. But we have to survive. As you said, there's this Shimmering Mirage in the hand. Which is burst speed, copy a follower? Or is it copy a unit?
Shimmering Mirage, our Azir here, gives us a Sandstone Charger with open, which threatens lethal again. And Kanan would have to lose his board to survive, most likely.
Quicksand will keep us alive, I think. Just barely. Looks like Friend of Zoe is seriously considering what they want to do here. Can, of course, just play out another Azir if they want. Looks like they agree with your line. So we're live. Barely, but we're live. Right? And now we go -4. Oh.
Oh, does Xerath kill before Ziggs pops out?
I think so. I think it does. I think this might be...
Oh, Taliyah takes the shot, so Kanan wins?
On the open? Ziggs takes the shot, actually. But yeah, looks like Kanan did manage to pull it out. There's no right of negation here. And this Taliyah open attack should do it. No need to risk the Ziggs. If something goes awry here, Kanan can play the Preservarium into the Desert Naturalist to represent lethal that way. This forces out any potential right of negation, as well as any potential quicksand with the Absolver as backup. And of course there is none, as we can see. So Friend of Zoe goes down. Oh, Kanan ties it up, right?
Yes, it's 1-1.
Should probably put our scoreboard up. Considering
We now enter the MonteXristo mirror.
This will be somewhat exciting anyways.
And we'll see if Kanan can continue the undefeated streak with MonteXristo.
Being advised, my game sound is a bit wonky. So I'll turn that up a bit. Maybe that'll do things a little bit better. I'm not sure what the problem with the game.
Gently, gently.
Let me switch to caster desk real quick. And then back to the hands. Maybe that'll fix it for those of you who are having some issues. This is a pretty explosive opener from the side of Friend of Zoe. They are going to be able to work pretty rapidly towards their champion's level up progress. Whereas Kanan is a little bit on the back foot here. Still has Xerath at 2 out of 4, which is great, but ideally you'd like to be pushing a little bit faster. Friend of Zoe already at 3.
Kanan with no Soothsayer, while Friend of Zoe has the Naturalist.
Quick hands make quick work.
Yeah, that might be a big difference maker here. And there is the Naturalist, and Right of Negation was tapped out as well, so looks like the Sundisk is going down. We'll see if Kanan can play the mid-range game plan fast enough to actually come out ahead in this matchup.
Give me the song of the rock dudes.
Oh. Kanan a little bit upset. They found both the Soothsayer and the second right there, but doesn't quite matter. Decided to pick up the Azir, is just going to go for that game plan of the
And
mid-range
from
beatdown.
how aggressive Friend of Zoe's opener is, it's really looking like Kanan's even behind in the mid-range game plan.
I have to agree with you there, James. It's unfortunate, but it is what we're looking at right now. And Rockhopper comes down. What will we see Kanan do? I imagine we want to clear the way of this Roiling Sands, but nothing is particularly good here. Maybe we look for... Yep, looks like Kanan agrees. Nope. No Desert Naturalist of our own found.
Think I see something.
Steady now.
Gonna catch the sky.
And this is a matchup that's gotten quite stale, to be honest.
Yeah, why not?
There is not a whole lot going down except some board trades here. Kanan is on... Oh, Kanan actually apparently doesn't have any Desert Naturalists in their list to contest the Sun Disc from the side of Friend of Zoe. That's what happens when you cast for a couple hours and you stop losing track of deck lists. Start losing track of deck lists. Holy. The Azir's going to come down at 10 out of 13. We can get it there on the following turn. 11 off the Clockling, 12 off the Waking Sands, 13 off the Preservarium or the Ambassador. Can also pop the Sarcophagus. But I think this one is going to go the way of Friend of Zoe. It just seems... Unless they can't find a champion, of course. Only playing the three Golden Ambassadors might not have the time at the end of all of this.
We see Friend of Zoe still has an Ancient Prep in hand, so potential to find a champ from it.
Yeah, it does have 9 potential finds off of that Ancient Prep with the 3 Golden Ambassadors and the 6 champions. Here, we're going to see Kanan threaten some damage with this Rite of the Arcane, pops the Sarcophagus, giving us a Restored Devout, as well as having set up the Roiling Sands prior to that, so that way they can pull any new Fearsome blockers out of the way with the Clockling. So, still doing whatever they can to keep themselves in this game and pushing forward. Always be looking for your win conditions. Always be identifying what you can do to continue to advance your game plan. Even when things go awry, sometimes you can get there off the back of your opponent's misplays, and making sure that you're not making any is a good way to continue that.
Friend of Zoe committing for a deny here. I actually like it.
Yeah, it's really good. It's really, really good to commit the deny there. You don't need it for anything else. You're not worried about anything coming out of the Emperor's deck. So, what's the big threat? It's just going to save you a ton of HP. And now, Kanan threatening this attack.
You should watch this.
In Shurima's name.
Both Friend of Zoe's champs are flipped if they ever find any.
And still no champions from the side of Friend of Zoe. You gotta be pretty happy seeing this if you're Kanan.
Friend of Zoe can try looking for another with Preservarium.
Chat going GG when they see the Sun Disc go down. It's not quite over yet. It's not quite over yet. Still gotta find champions to flip your own Sun Disc. Oh no, Kanan coming in with spoilers maybe? But that can't be, we're watching live. Kanan, pay attention. You got a game to play, bro. And here comes a Sandstone Charger. Kanan picked up the Quicksand just in time to protect this Azir. Still, will it be enough? There's also the Rite of Arcane. That's not going to be an option with this Endless Devout now. If you're Kanan, do you play the Golden Ambassador in this spot? I guess not. You go for the Rockhopper.
I have a feeling that Friend of Zoe might potentially top deck both champs 2 turns in a row.
There's a good chance of that. Let's see if it happens.
It's either top deck Azir and then Xerath or Xerath and then Azir, or the Preservarium helps us draw both on 1 turn.
There's a Xerath from the side of Kanan. This game isn't over quite yet. This is a big attack. Wait, this is lethal. Right?
Is it lethal through the quicksand in
Through the-
Friend of Zoe's hand?
Quicksand, I don't think so.
Emperor commands.
But this is representing. Oh, it is. It's actually exact lethal. Yo, insane.
No, if Friend of Zoe quicksands for 2 soldiers, they don't get their Nexus strike.
That's
so
true. That's true. Oh man.
That's -6, so Friend of Zoe's still barely alive with a quicksand on the 2 sand soldiers.
Oh my goodness, though. Can you believe what we've seen? Looks like Friend of Zoe is gonna see the line. Nope, missed the line. Oh no, the tragedy. Oh, the tragedy.
And Kanan stays undefeated.
Insane.
Look upon our
I can't believe that just happened, James. What did we just witness?
A miracle?
Wow. I think that might be the first time I've seen one Sundisc player lose their disc and then still come out ahead. Poor Friend of Zoe. That's got to feel really bad, advancing all the way through to the finals and then, or to the semifinals there, and just barely missing out. Of course,
To be fair, the quicksand for sand soldiers isn't a very common line, because not many people know that interaction with sand soldier.
That is true. That is true. If it can't strike, it can't deal its extra damage to the Nexus. But it's been a very long day of playing. It's understandable to make a couple mistakes here and there. But man, that does make for good gameplay. That's for sure. Looks like Prodigy did win the other side of that matchup against Dr. Evander. So I'm going to fix up the scoreboard. And while we're doing that, hopefully these players will be getting into their final game. Of course, they might take a minute or two. I would if I was Kanan. Do you have either of these players, James?
Kanan and Prodigy, I believe I have Kanan.
Okay, I can get at the Prodigy side, so I just need to know how to fix my scoreboard. Can you just double check that for me and make sure that we are going to be able to have both sides? Just to be 100% sure.
I do have Kanan.
Perfect. All right, I will set this up. We'll get ready. So for those of you who are just tuning in, perhaps at the very finals here, this is our stream. This is our bracket. We did see a wonderful game, a wonderful day of Legends of Runeterra so far. This is Kanan's lineup here. We do have Ziggs-Taliyah with the Arsenal, with the Pokestick, with the Rite of Negation, this is a pretty standard list. There's no Herald of the Magus, 2 Absolvers. It's a pretty standard Ziggs-Taliyah list that we've seen Kanan do super well on. We did see him eke out the win in that game too. Then we've got Yubi Pantheon, which I don't think we've had the opportunity to see once today. James, have we seen this deck played today? I don't think so, right?
We have seen it played. We haven't seen Kanan play it. It's been banned every game.
Okay. And then we have Mono Shurima, which we also just saw. No Desert Naturalist for the mirrors in this one. And then from the side of Prodigy, let me go ahead and pull up his deck list for everybody here. Also Mono Shurima by the looks of it. Still no Desert Naturalist, 1 Rite of Calling, and the Clockwork Curators that people have started jumping on. Second list is going to be Mono Viego. And the third list, again with 2 Rekindlers, 1 Piercing Darkness, Ziggs-Taliyah.
Taliyah. So
we got a triple Shurima lineup here against a double Shurima Pantheon lineup. And wow, it is something to be, this is a sight to be seen here. This list sacrifices the Inventive Chemists to fill out some of the other slots like the Herald of the Magus. And add some Ancient Preps and stuff. These lists are pretty similar though, on the whole. Herald of the Magus is the difference. And the third Unraveled Earth from the side of Kanan, whereas Prodigy has the third Rite of the Arcane. And then this is the Mono Viego list. 1 Fading Icon, 2 Rite of Callings, 3 Ancient Hourglass.
It looks almost exactly the same as Friend of Zoe's Mono Viego.
Yeah, it does, which is why I'm wondering if I clicked the right links, but I'm very sure that I did. Yeah, I'm definitely not tripping. Okay, I had to be 100% sure I wasn't tripping there. But yeah, and then we have MasteringRuneterra's as well from this side. So looks like the players are just taking a second here. So with that, I am just once again going to give a massive shout out to our sponsors, Community Gaming. They've been so wonderful partnering up with us through this tournament series and many of our previous ones. We wouldn't be able to put on such wonderful tournaments for all of you without them. So huge shout out to them for taking care of the Legends of Runeterra community and for taking care of us. And it looks like the players are getting into game here. Just got to find Prodigy's side. Spectate, there we go. And as soon as the
I'm
bands
loading
are done,
up Kanan's
we'll
side.
hop over. What do you expect to see banned here, James?
So we're both on Taliyah, Ziggs, and MonteXristo, right?
Yes.
This might be a bit spicier, but maybe Prodigy bans Kanan's MonteXristo and leaves up Pantheon.
I think he has to ban Pantheon, because Pantheon beats both Ziggs-Taliyah and MonteXristo if piloted correctly. So I think the Pantheon ban has to come out. I don't know about the Viego matchup. I would assume that Viego does a little bit better into Pantheon, but I honestly couldn't tell you.
So Kanan's been playing all day with Pantheon being banned. What if you didn't ban it just to put him on something he hasn't been playing at all today?
It's a gamble. I don't know if it would pay off. Against other players, I might. But I'm not sure. Looks like these players are taking their times to think out the bans. And here we go. Into game one. Looks like it's going to be yet another Ziggs-Taliyah mirror for us here.
With Ziggs-Taliyah being left up by both players, I take it that Pantheon was banned by Prodigy and Kanan banned Viego then.
Yeah, I think it's gotta be.
Non-flammable? Is that a challenge?
Sun's beneath me and winds behind me.
I got it!
All right, this start looks pretty good from Kanan. Had the 1-drop into the 2-drop.
But Prodigy with his Ziggs could get him ahead.
Yes, it definitely could.
Chooses to just draw instead.
Yeah, I don't think you want to be playing the Ziggs into a potential Rite of Negation or Rite of the Arcane without any backup. It can get a little bit spooky. If we had an Hourglass, or at least the ability to bluff an Hourglass, it would feel a lot better. Here, I expect we will see a Preservarium into a Taliyah on the following turn. This also leaves us up. Oh, no, that's just going to be the Ziggs on this attack instead. Ziggs gets pulled to a 2-1. Just going to push maximum damage from the side of Kanan. No, changes his mind. Oh, changed back. Considered. Thought it through. Decided damage good. Let's just do what we can. Oh, and the Leafs lost tonight. Shocker. But back to the actual game here.
Kanan has his Taliyah flipped, should he choose to play her.
And I would imagine he's going to here. Kanan definitely coming out of the gate very, very strong this game. We'll see if he can continue to keep up the pressure and pull out ahead in the end. As we've seen many, many times tonight, these games can flip very quickly.
Prodigy just passes.
Nothing else they can do there. You can't attack with the Ziggs into that Taliyah. She just takes the block. You can't Hourglass proactively without a Taliyah as backup. There's not a lot of options there. Now, Kanan has the option to go for a double Taliyah play or for a double
He could
Ziggs
even
play.
commit to Ziggs.
Yeah, I think you probably lead this turn off by playing as Ziggs. The problem with the Ziggs is you have to wait. You have to duplicate the Taliyah if you're going to duplicate a champion at this point. I don't like this. I like just pushing 10. Our Ziggs is almost flipped, right? Our Ziggs
He is flipped.
Yeah, let's just push 10. Let's play this Roiling Sands. Let's open attack for 10. Force a deny out. And then drop a Ziggs after the attack. And then we're basically guaranteed lethal, right? We could even play the Ziggs before the attack. Kanan decides to take it slow. Hourglass gonna come out here. And now I imagine we'll see Prodigy duplicate with a Taliyah. That was risky into a potential Absolver.
Wait. Kanan might have lethal. We have unraveled Earth for both his. We play our Ziggs. The
Ziggs already has vulnerable. It doesn't work. The Ziggs already has the vulnerable. Slight misstep from Kanan. Is now going to have to stare down a massive board from the side of Prodigy. We'll see if it makes a difference. Of course, Prodigy is playing this Herald of the Magus, which can come up huge.
What? Is Kanan on 1 unleashed energy or no?
I don't believe so. I will double check, but I don't believe so.
All rocks erode eventually. Mind your step.
And here comes the aggro. Kanan may be learning what we talked about here. Vulnerable units can't have it reapplied. And here we will likely see Prodigy just drop the Herald of the Magus, giving all of these units a massive buff, and then threatening a lethal of his own. And with no... Can we actually do something about this now? If the Herald of the Magus comes down, we don't have any deny for the skills. We have to full block to save whatever damage we can.
We could make a rock bear to
Kill.
block as
Yeah,
well.
okay. If any unit is played, we can kill with the rock bear, right?
Yes.
So now Prodigy has to decide, do I want to risk it? And I don't know. Because I don't think this is killing, right? You can just chump block the 2 Ziggs.
Yes.
And you can then duplicate your Taliyah as well. And you're really happy with the way things turned out. We do have an Absolver. Herald comes down.
Kanan
and
wins.
Yep, this is going to be game 1 going to Kanan. Surely he sees it.
He saw it. Yep.
There's no deny available. There's no way to fast speed summon a unit in this region combo. So we are indeed going to see.
Even if we could faster burst speed summon a unit, we still die because the unit pops it.
True. True. And game 2. Prodigy's going to run it back on the Ziggs-Taliyah up against Kanan's Mono Shurima. We'll see if Kanan can keep up the undefeated streak on stream.
Maybe if Kanan goes completely undefeated and wins this MR daily today, Cameron will finally listen to him about Mono Shurima being good.
Maybe. This is unlikely, though. Cameron is rather stubborn.
I know. Any season I've ever asked him about, Thralls or Viego being good, he's always insisted, no, it's bad. And then he goes to play them still.
He tells us that it's good all the time. Except right now. Thralls is really bad right now. Don't play Thralls, and don't put Rite of Negation or Quicksand in your Thralls lists, apparently.
Since Aegis lineups are out, I flipped a coin deciding GP Sedge or Thralls. It landed on GP Sedge.
Well, you made Cameron happy, I'm sure. This game is once again devolving into can we destroy disc, and it looks like Kanan is once again going to lose their disc. Unless they pick up... No Rite of Negation. Now, will Prodigy go after it?
Kanan top deck Rite of Negation.
And here's the right. Now, do you destroy your unit? I think you do. You don't
We're
wanna
only taking 2, so yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to go down the mana gem in this mirror. It's actually important.
The matchup, it's not the Mono Shurima mirror yet.
Sorry, yeah. You're right. And we are going to see Kanan be able to keep themselves very much in this matchup by picking up that deny. Yet another caster curse or caster blessing, depending on whose side you're on. Sorry, Prodigy. We had to do it to you.
If it's made of sand, I can light it.
Rockhopper comes down. Taliyah comes down to duplicate the Roiling Sands and level up herself.
Forward, everybody. The horizon calls.
What a shame for you.
Now, if you're Kanan, you're probably just going to go ahead and play out this Preservarium. Can't see a reason to bank the mana and be inefficient. You do kind of want to be advancing your champion's level up conditions, and that can be a little bit difficult sometimes, especially with Xerath.
Kanan Seraph is flipped already, but we're losing the disc.
Alright, well, this has suddenly gone very south with that top deck from Prodigy's side. I imagined... I was going to say, maybe we see the Xerath played out now, but I forgot there's 2 Roiling Sands, and that would just end up being a dead Xerath. Now, this is a lot of damage coming out of the side of Prodigy. The Ziggs is leveled up as well, so he's going to come down this turn, or next turn, I'm sure. Unraveled Earth from the side of Kanan. Quicksand picked up. Not what you really want to be seeing. Now we're going to see the Rite of Calling played because Prodigy tapped out of Pokestick. Always this game of back and forth with these decks. Do they have Pokestick? They're representing it. Can I afford to play into it? Nope, I can't. Oh, they're out. Now I need my champion. Let's see what we can draw. Xerath comes down. And this is the one that was picked up off the Rite of Calling. So there's an argument for either way. You could play the one from the far.
But with a Ziggs being in Prodigy's hand, this game looks like it's over.
I think it is, James. I think you're onto something here. This game is looking rather done.
Kanan's first loss on stream today with MonteXristo.
Xerath's Red of the Arcane gonna do something. Not a whole lot, but something.
Prodigy could have used Unraveled Earth for a Ziggs proc,
Could have indeed.
but saving the mana for Quicksand to keep Ziggs alive so we win.
Now, if you're Kanan, I think you have to Hourglass here. And it will kill the Taliyah, but not the Ziggs.
If you Hourglass the Restored Devout, it kills Ziggs since he's weaker and Xerath shoots the weaker unit.
That is true. We'll see what Kanan decides to do. The Ziggs is dealing 2 damage to your face this turn on the round flip as well as on... I guess that's happening either way though.
Kanan sees the line of Hourglass the Devout.
Yeah, we'll play by Kanan to identify this. We'll see if it ends up mattering. I think Ziggs deals this 2 damage either way. Yeah.
Yes.
So now... Oh, with the
Is
Absolver
Taliyah-
pickup.
Taliyah open is just lethal if he pulled the Xerath. Because there's Xerath on 1 and then the 2 rocks go in.
This is still not quite over yet. And yes, you were right, but it doesn't play around second Rite of Negation, which he does run. Azir comes down. Attack comes through. And Kanan FFs to save himself some time. We have a finals on our hand, James. Game 3.
It's going all the way.
It has truly been a day of Legends of Runeterra.
It truly has.
Now, the MonteXristo mirror, and Prodigy has the Clockwork Curator tech. Do either of these players have Desert Naturalist? Nope, no Desert Naturalist, so we are going to get to see the Emperor's deck, most likely, from both sides here.
Unless something like the Friend of Zoe game happens where you just never find your champions.
True. That is quite unlikely, though. We're going to see Kanan fast pick something, so I imagine that's a champion. That was a snap pick. Either a champion or a skip, and it is Azir. And from the side of Prodigy, we see the Xerath picked up already. Rockhopper's going to be matched here. And now, Golden Ambassador picked up as well. Makes the odds a little bit better for the Xerath, too. Kanan perfectly okay to trade down here. Prodigy wants to take a little bit of extra damage, I guess. Now, the Clockwork Curator can be used to pop this Devout. We'll see if Prodigy opts to go for this line. It's a cute one. Soothsayer instead. Just gonna take it a little bit slower. Ancient Prep into the Azir. Looks like it's gonna be the line here. Could also see a bank.
The options from Ancient Prep are 2 Rock Hoppers and Treasure Seeker.
It probably has to be a skip, right?
Yeah.
Those aren't really what you want to be seeing here. How's our champion level up progress looking? 8 out of 13 and 2 out of 4. 1 out of 4 and 8 out of 13. So, both these players are in the exact same spot. Azir comes down.
Except for Prodigy has his Clockwork Curator in hand. 2 of them now. Kanan found the Ancient Prep found Azir, Soothsayer, and another Devout.
I think you take the Azir in that spot, just so that way your Golden Ambassador is almost guaranteed to pick up the Xerath for you, but I'm not 100% sure. Prodigy found both champions, though. He's got to be feeling good about that one.
Prodigy could even go Azir Clockwork this turn.
Looks like that's what he's going to do. Kanan picked up the Xerath off of the Ambassador. It's a 5-6 Xerath. And the Azir level up progress is going to get to continue off of the back of this Ambassador attacking.
And Xerath will be level next turn with Ancient Prep and Sarcophagus popping.
Yeah, so it looks like both of these players are going to get to flip their Sun Disc at approximately the same time. Prodigy throws out a Shen emote. He knows what's coming.
It only awaited my return. Tell the people what you have seen today. It is time.
Xerath comes down. Azir's still not leveled up from the side of Prodigy, though. Does need one more action. I imagine Kanan is also just going to go ahead and drop their Xerath here. GG's come out from both players. What? I'm confused. I'm very confused.
I am as well. What just happened?
I don't know. Let me PM Kanan and see. I'll also PM Prodigy and see if he's up for a winner's interview. I would imagine not. I am more than a little bit confused by that outcome, though. Oh, wait. I recognize why now. The Sun Disc change wasn't an increase to the countdown. It was an increase to... It was a decrease to how many...
Yes.
Yeah. So that's why it was behind... Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was over for Kanan, unfortunately. Sometimes the mirror comes down to the tech of Curator and...
If you find it or not.
Yeah. And in that game, Prodigy did find both. There was an unreasonable amount of mono Shurima still around, and just Shurima in general running around today.
Yeah. It's just like this time last year during the meta. A lot of Shurima, but instead of all the spells in like Sun Disc, we saw Rune Runner, Merciless Hunter, Sivir.
Yep. We did see a ton of that last year.
What would be a little spicy, but no way it's probably going to happen, is like a hotfix week of seasonals or something.
Oh god, no. Please don't. Please don't do that to us. I would really be disappointed with that. I am not a big fan. I like changes before stuff, but I don't like hotfixes like immediately before things. It's not fun. It's not okay. Yeah, looks like Prodigy is not around for a winner's interview, as far as I can tell. I will give it another minute or two to see if he pops back up. I did DM him both on Discord and on Legends of Runeterra. But for those of you who have stuck around through this entire broadcast, we thank you so very much for being here with us. We greatly, greatly appreciate you guys tuning in and helping us make this show worth putting on. We wouldn't be able to do this without all of you guys here watching. And of course, we wouldn't be able to do it without Community Gaming either. They have been such great partners throughout Legends of Runeterra's history, as well as in this tournament series specifically. They've come together with Mastering Runeterra to help you bring you guys all of these. For those of you that are interested in maybe participating in these tournaments, but you can go over to the Mastering Runeterra website and subscribe for the premium, giving yourself access to all the premium articles, as well as access to the subscriber portion of the Discord, which also comes with perks like the subscriber calls. If that is not your alley, you can also go to the Patreon to do so. If that is not something you're interested in altogether, we do understand. And we've got a couple tournaments coming up for you in the future on Sundays that are free to participate for anybody and everybody. With that said, James, thank you so very much for joining me today. You did a wonderful job casting. I'm incredibly grateful to you for coming to my aid at the last minute. I appreciate
it was
you,
my pleasure casting and trying it. It was a wonderful experience.
I'm glad you had a good time. Yeah, so we had. Do you wanna know our top 3 lineups today?
Taliyah, Ziggs, Mono Shurima, Pantheon. Taliyah, Ziggs, Mono Shurima, Mono Viego.
Yep. And then our third was Taliyah, Ziggs, Mono Shurima, Viego as well.
I think I'm seeing what's popular for seasonal.
Yeah, if you guys are trying to get your seasonal prep in, this might be the lineup that you want to test into. It seems like it's going to be quite the advanced, quite the lineup to beat. Prodigy's gotten back to me. All right, he's interested. Let me get him into this call. Amazing. All right. Perfect. I'll get him in here.
Hey.
Hey, what's up, Prodigy? Welcome to the stream. Congratulations on your win.
Glad to be here.
Welcome, Prodigy.
Thanks.
So,
you guys saw you guys were a little confused about the last game.
It took a second to click, but we did figure it out. It's because I was thinking they upped the countdown by 2, but they didn't. They just nerfed it by only decreasing by 9 instead. So,
yep.
Yeah, we got there. It took a while, but yeah, I was really confused at first. It's so ingrained in my head that when it's at 20, it's game over. I'm like, oh, they're both gonna flip their disc. Like, we're gonna get to see the Emperor's deck showdown, and then Kanan just said, nope, GG.
Yeah, the curator difference in the decks is a big deal. His isn't running any, so mine just is really favored in the mirror.
Yeah, he was messaging in the Wombats Discord telling us that he wasn't expecting to play so many Mono Shurima mirrors. I wasn't expecting to see so many Mono Shurima mirrors. Was it something you expected, given the fact that you did put the Clockwork Curators into your list?
Yes and no. I think the Clockwork Curator is just the best list, regardless.
Okay.
It's the deck I hit rank 3 with, like a 87% win rate across like almost over 30 games. And the Curator is just the best card in pretty much every matchup. It's not like it's nuts in every matchup, but being able to threaten a turn 6 flip is just so good. And even like a turn 7, like difference between turn 7 and 8 is still massive.
Absolutely.
So yeah, there's no cards that you're really hurting for to be able to threaten that. So it's just generally good. I'd recommend it to everyone, but it's especially good in the mirror. It's like basically a combo piece when you play the mirror. Like you have Azir Zerath, your landmarks, and then you have to have like Curator. So it's that essential.
So I am assuming that you're still under the impression that Mono Shurima is tier 1. It's still a very strong deck. It's still a menace to be reckoned with.
I think it's the second best deck.
Okay. What do you think is the best deck in the format right now then?
Pantheon.
Yeah, I thought so. I think that's a pretty reasonable statement to make. So, is this the kind of lineup you're looking to bring to your seasonals? Is this what you're thinking?
Probably not, actually. I'm considering it. It's definitely a really strong lineup that I like. My philosophy on seasonals is you want to bring decks that are extremely consistent, because you're going to be playing against a wide variety of players. And so I like the Ziggs-Taliyah and the Sundisk. The Viego deck is cool and it works well in tournaments when you're against really good players, but it's a little high rolly, and so sometimes in seasonals you can't really afford to have a deck low roll once or twice in a set. So we'll see. I'm also thinking about triple aggro. If people are playing lots of Sundisk and lots of other Pantheon, triple aggro is extremely consistent and will beat people running really weird lineups and techs. So.
For your Sundisk Ziggs-Taliyah, would the third deck, if you stick with that, then be Pantheon?
That seems to be the big consensus. I'm not a big Pantheon player. I've played the deck. Pantheon to me, like, it's definitely the strongest deck in the meta. I don't love that it just bricks sometimes. Sometimes you just draw like double Yumi. And so for me, it's probably the worst deck to play against, but it's one of those decks that you feel really out of control when you're playing. Maybe that's just me, but I don't feel like I'm in control when I'm playing Pantheon.
I can very much agree with that statement. Sometimes you just get those hands that are all spells, and you're like, huh, what could I have done differently?
That sounds a bit like Old Lee, where, you could stall forever, but if you just never drew your Lee or your Zoe, you weren't winning, even if you were stalling forever.
Yeah. So in a shorter tournament, I'd definitely consider it, but over 9 rounds of seasonals, who knows? Fair
enough. So what did inspire you to bring your lineup today then?
So I've been on the double Shurima train for a long time. Actually, last patch, I was playing Ziggs-Taliyah and Sundisk as the core of my lineup. I was doing pretty well with it. So it's always been kind of trying to figure this third deck out. So I've been actually bringing this very similar lineup for a long time now. These are 2 of the decks that I'm most comfortable on. So it's always just a process of finding that third deck. So right now, Viego's that third deck. I'm a big Viego player. Used to be Kindred Viego. Now I think the Shurima version is pretty strong into control. But yeah, I love mid-range. I love anti-control lineups. And so I think this is a good fit for my style.
Fan of that myself. I'll definitely be taking your lineup out for a spin in some scrims myself, just because of that. Now, James, do you have any questions for our champion? I'm kind of brain farted out.
Prodigy, you play Draven Scion, right?
Yep, that's one of my favorite decks.
Why the Thermo Beam?
Why the Thermo Beam? Great question. I ran into someone on ladder way back in the day. His name was Eolant, and he was playing Thermo Beam, and it was just such flexible removal, and it was really annoying for me to deal with. And that was back in the day when you were playing against Plunder. So sometimes
Yes.
a 6-mana, 7-mana Thermo Beam against their Sejuani just wins you the game. So that was kind of why at the time. I'm actually not on it anymore, but it's something like I'm always considering as just flexible removal. But
Eolent is a very good player, and I know them from hanging around the OS players a lot. They're a New Zealander, just like one of Monty's teammates anymore.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of those really, really strong players out there, and so yeah, definitely want to credit him. He's the guy who gave me the inspiration for the Thermo Beam. And even the Scion list that I'm playing now is on the 2 Blade Squires, which I think was Dr. Chekhov's list. I ran into him once, and yeah, I really liked it. So
That's some interesting tech that I've never considered for Scion. I do kind of like.
yeah,
that.
having the 5/1 drops makes you go a little bit faster. You get that early chip damage. It's also just discard fodder.
Yeah.
Prodigy, my next question is, what are your thoughts on Black Boss having one of LeBlanc in his Draven Scion in today's tourney?
I did not see it actually. I did not see it at all. I don't think LeBlanc is in a great spot right now. But I have to try it out before I knock it too hard. You deal a lot of damage, so I can see some of the reasoning in the sense of you have a lot of big units that often get chump blocked, and so you might be able to flip LeBlanc pretty easily.
And if you do manage to flip LeBlanc, you get the mirror image, and you could cast it on Scion Return for another rally.
Yep, or even your original Scion.
Yes,
Guarantee a
original Scion, because Scion returns ephemeral, so dies after the swing.
Yeah, so it's definitely pretty interesting. I'd have to look at it. I would be really curious to see what matchups it swings, or it makes a big difference. The next question is, what else are you building the deck around to kind of make that better, I guess? But it's definitely interesting.
I would imagine more Whirling Deaths if you're not already on a full set. That would make sense to me, just to up the consistency on that one. Definitely
Maybe
something
even
to
a
consider.
1 or 2 Bloody Business.
Yeah, there's a lot of things you could mess around with. I think the hard part about LeBlanc is the idea sounds really cool and really nice. It's just hard because you're relying on like a one of to get you value into swing matchups. So I'd imagine like into control you'd really want that. But like if you're relying on a one of to help you swing control matchups, I don't know that that's enough. So
I always look at those one-ups as like just a way to high roll some matchups. Some games you're just going to find it and it's just going to win you the game. And like the games that you don't find it, well, you're not really hurting for putting it in your deck, right? I guess in this case you're missing a champion slot, so maybe it hurts a little bit more. But it's
I think I'm always on the train of I personally would rather polarize my matchups more. So I'd rather be more consistent against the decks that I'm good against and less and like I guess more worse.
Diverse.
Yeah, and like I'd rather be worse into decks that already counter me that I'm planning on banning than and like really make sure my good matchups are like overtuned. Because then if I run into a matchup that I know I'm favored, I feel very confident in just like 2-0ing a single deck. So I definitely try to tune my decks from like 60-40 favor to like 70-30. Sometimes at the cost of a little bit of generic strength. But
I think that makes
I have
a lot
another
of sense for
question.
tournaments. Go ahead, James.
yeah.
Prodigy, I don't know if you saw or heard this part of the stream, but what were your thoughts on the Caitlyn losing 1 health? Not right now, but later in Lore's lifespan, Caitlyn going to a 3-2.
Oh, there's a champion?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know. I haven't thought about it. I don't really have a problem with Caitlyn personally. I think she's a very good champ. She's kind of like old Draven, right? Just like very good in a lot of those decks. But I don't think she's overtuned at all. I think Ezreal is the one who's the bigger offender.
Oh, for sure. It was more of just like a theory question to discuss, because we were saying, well, if Draven can't be a 3-2, a 3-3, because they kind of fill the same role as you touched on, right? Why can Caitlyn really get to take those blocks and get value that way? And it makes sense with the flash bomb traps, but at the same time, they're supposed to be marksmen, like swishy backline units that only go into attack. They don't really want to be defending. So from a thematic standpoint, I think we could give her a little bit more power and then take away that 1 point of HP.
Like a 4-2. I think it's definitely interesting. I think you want a couple good vanilla champions that are like you can slot into a deck if you don't have other great options. And like PNZ has a lot of good champions, but they're very high synergy, right? And so I think it's good to have a champion who you can kind of just throw in and not feel bad about putting into your deck. And I think Caitlyn kind of is that. Because most of the PNZ champs, right, are very high synergy. So I think it's nice having someone you can kind of just throw in. And Draven is stronger than Caitlyn, I think, even now, because you're generating an axe on play, and then you're generating more axes on each strike. And yeah, I think your level of condition is better on Draven too.
Yeah, I have to agree with all of that. James, any more questions for Prodigy?
None.
Okay. Prodigy, anything you'd like to say to the chat and before we let you go and sign off for the night?
No, I just want to thank my team for being super supportive and helpful. Snipe and Tank and all those guys, the Omega Gaming Squad. Yeah, I'm glad to win my first MasteringRuneterra tournament, so I hope to be back for some more.
Well, congratulations again on your victory. Thank you for showing us some excellent Legends of Runeterra tonight. It was truly a treat to watch and cast.
That first game was a little rough, but I'm glad we brought it back after that.
The rest of it was pretty good. It happens. We all drop games. As you said, it's been quite a long night. I saw you type in the Maru server, and I gotta agree, it has been quite the night.
Well, get some rest, guys.
Yeah, thank you. You too.
Will do.
And chat, that's gonna be it from us. Once again, thank you to Prodigy for coming out and joining us for the Winter's interview, and congratulations to him for taking it home. Thank you to James for bailing me out and joining me as my co-caster in the last second. And of course, thank you to all of you for joining us and sticking with us through this entire tournament. It has been quite a long evening, and we're super, super grateful to all of you for sticking it through. James, any last words for chat?
Thank you all for attending and watching my first cast. And yes, you, the viewer, you in particular, the one watching right there, thank you the most.
And with that, we're going to sign off for the night. Thank you all so much for sticking with us. We'll catch you back here again tomorrow. Have a good one. Monty out.